The 7th session of the Senate and the first regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada will lead the chamber in prayer.
Panandalian po natin damhin ang presensya ng ating pong may kapal. Panginoon namin may likha, kami po ay taus-puso nagpapasalamat sa araw na ito, na kami ay malakas at ligtas upang tuparin ang aming mga tungkulin sa pagsisilbi sa ating mahal na bayang Pilipinas. Panginoon, kayo po ang dahilan kung bakit kami lahat ay napaglagakan ng posisyon sa kapulungan ito. Ikaw ang nagpahintulot na kami ay maluklok sa mataas na katungkulang ito. Kaya wala kaming ibang hangad kundi magampanan ang aming mandato, ang buong husay at katapatan sa abot ng buo naming kakayanan. Patuloy po ninyo kaming gabayan sa tamang gawain, sa tamang pagpapasya at sa pinakamainam na kurso ng aksyon na naayon sa ikabubuti na higit na nakakaraming Pilipino. Patuloy po ninyo kaming biyayaan ng kalakasan, katilinuhan at dunong, kainahunan at kababaang loob. Gayon din, patuloy po ninyo kaming bigyan ng inspirasyon at motibasyon upang maharap namin ang araw-araw na hamon sa aming mga trabaho at gayon na rin sa aming mga personal na buhay. Patuloy nyo rin pong pagtibayin ang institusyon aming kinabibilangan, ang Senado ng Pilipinas, na siyang tanggulan ng demokrasya sa ating bansa. Ipinanalangin namin ang lahat ng mga kawani nito, maging ang aming mga tauhan, gayon din ang iba pang institusyon na umaalalay sa amin, upang kaming lahat ay patuloy na makapagbigay ng nararapat at kaukulang serbisyo sa ating bayan. Pag-ibayuhin po ninyo ang aming kakayanan makapagsulong ng mga panukalang batas na tunay na mapapakinabangan sa aming mga kababayan. Gabayan po ninyo kami sa pagsasaliksik ng katotohanan at sa pagsusulong ng hustisya sa aming mga magiging pandinig at deliberasyon. Naway agaran naming mapagkayarian at mayayain ang mga kinakailangan lunas at solusyon sa mga suliraning kinakaharap at kakaharapin pa ng ating bansa. Gayon din, Panginoon, ipinanalangin po namin ang kaligtasan, kapayapaan at katiwasayan sa silangang Asya at gayon din sa iba pang panig ng mundo na binabagabag ng kaguluhan. Paghariin mo po ang kainahunan, pagkakaisa, pagkakasundo at diplomasya sa puso at isipan ng mga namumuno sa bawat bansa sa ngalan ng pandaigdigang pagkakaisa at kapayapaan. Panginoon, kami po ito sa pusong nananalig na hindi po ninyo kami pababayaan habang ginagampanan namin ang misyon na inaatang po ninyo sa aming mga balikat bilang kinatawan ng sambayan ng Pilipino. Panatilihin po ninyo ang kapatawaran, positibong pananaw, kasiglahan at kagalakan na tangan namin sa aming mga puso sa kasalukuyan hanggang sa pagtatapos ng kongresong ito. At dahil kami ay nabigyan ng pambihirang pagkakataon upang maging instrumento ng pagbabago at pagunlad ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino, naway malubos namin ang kapangyarihan nito ng walang pag-iimbot at ng may buong katapatan. At lahat ng papuri at pasasalamat ay binabalik po namin sa inyo, Panginoon naming Ama. Amen.
Amen. Let's remain standing for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang mag-ibig, dalas ng silanganan, alam na puso, sa sadyang mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyan ka ng mag-ibig, sa manlulubi, di ka masisiil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baka, may dilagang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawan mo'y tagumpay na nagtinilig, ang bituin ng araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw na ating pagsinta, tuyan namin sa tiling mo. Ang ligaya dapat may mga api, ang mamatay lang dahil sa'yo.
Secretary, may please call the roll.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator
Present.
Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 22 senators physically present and one senator virtually present, although Senator Amy Marcos, who, for the record, had written to us that she has tested positive for COVID-19, is asking if she should still have to go on cam because she has a raging fever. Maybe she can just acknowledge that she is online so that we can mark her as present without having to open cam. Is Senator Amy Marcos, can she answer just with a yes? While we're waiting for that, your dear colleagues, we have a total of 23 senators present while we are waiting for Senator Amy Marcos. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 6th Session, Wednesday, August 3, 2022, and consider the same as approved. As so moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion of the Majority Leader is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we proceed with the reference of business, we are delighted to have with us some guests from the gallery. We have with us Congresswoman Marlene Agabas of the 6th District of Pangasinan, Mayor Tyrone Agabas of Tayug, Pangasinan, Mayor Maria Teresa Rodriguez Peralta from Balungao, Pangasinan, Vice Mayor Philip Peralta of Balungao, Pangasinan, and also guests of our distinguished colleague, Senator Sani Angara, the Outstanding Young Men Foundation, JCI Philippines officers and staff, the 2021, the Outstanding Young Men Awardees who are with us today, Mr. President, and our champion, IBO flyweight champion, Dave Apolinario, guest of our colleague, Senator Bongo.
Welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Maybe we can ask for a 1-minute suspension to allow our colleagues to approach
Okay.
the guests, including myself, particularly to the new champion.
Yes,
boxing
Mr.
champion.
President. I move for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Before we proceed with the resolutions that we are going to deliberate, Mr. President, we'd like to also acknowledge the presence here in the gallery of Governor Pax Magundadato of Sultan Kudarat, Vice Governor Bodji D of Isabela, and Congressman Ino D, who are here today with us, Mr. President.
We'd like to welcome our distinguished colleagues from the House of Representatives and Governor Pax Mangudadato as well from the great province of Sultan Kudarat. Our colleagues also are from the great province of Isabela, the
Yes, Mr. President.
Vice Governor Boji D and his son.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, with the permission of the body, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 77, taking into consideration PSR number 91. So moved, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? The chair hearing none, the motion is approved. Consideration of proposed Senate resolution is hereby in order.
Thank you, Mr. President. May we request the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Resolution congratulating and commending the recipients of the Outstanding Young Men of the Philippines 2021 Awards for their significant contributions to Philippine society.
Mr. President, the status of the measure is that we are in the period of sponsorship. I ask that we recognize Senator Win Gatchalian to sponsor his resolution. So moved.
We recognize a distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, it is my distinct honor to sponsor Senate Resolution number 77 to honor the 2021 awardees of the Outstanding Young Men, or TOYM. As I sponsor this measure, Mr. President, I cannot help but feel a sense of nostalgia and deep personal pride. More than a decade ago, this representation also received this prestigious recognition when I was still serving as the mayor of Valenzuela City. And for someone who was recognized as one of the outstanding young men in 2011, the journey comes full circle as I deliver this speech honoring last year's awardees. It is worth noting that several of this August Chamber's past and present members received this recognition for their outstanding service rendered to our kababayans. Among our colleagues who received this prestigious recognition are our Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda, for broadcast journalism, Senator Risa Ontiveros for peace advocacy, Senator Alan Peter Cayetano for government and public service, Senator Chis Escudero for youth leadership, and my seatmates, Senator Sunny Angara for government service and legislation, and Senator J.V. Arcito for government and public service. While this recognition is hailed as one of the most prestigious with a reputation for selectiveness on awardees, I believe that receiving this award during these trying times carries a deeper meaning and significance. As we all know, we continue to recover from the most disruptive event of our lifetime, the COVID-19 pandemic. While the pandemic posed unprecedented challenges and disruptions to our daily lives, it also opened up more opportunities for creativity and innovation to rebuild a more resilient, a more robust, and a more inclusive society which leaves no Filipinos behind. For me, this is the essence of the theme of the 2021 Search, Everyday Leaders Enabling Extraordinary Impact. For the 2021 TOYM awardees, show us the best of what the post-pandemic Philippines could be. Their stories reflect the Filipino spirit, persevering amidst the challenges we face. For many of us, the pandemic was the darkest time we faced in our lifetime. At the same time, it brought out the best of what our fellow Filipinos could be. The 2021 TOYM awardees were among those who shined the brightest to serve as beacons of hope to our country. At this juncture, Mr. President, let me recognize each of the 2021 TOYM awardees. First, for the field of social entrepreneurship, we have a coffee entrepreneur and nutrition entrepreneurship pioneer, Aristelo Asilio, who co-organized the non-governmental organization Rise Against Hunger. In 2021, he won a grant for his coffee research, which uses Internet of Things technology to benefit 400 coffee farmers in Cavite and Davao. His company, Varaco, won as one of the 50 United Nations Best Small Business for Good for All, a recognition given at the United Nations Food System Summit 2021. Up next, for the field of agricultural entrepreneurship, is Eloisa Ramaraog Diga, the mind behind the app Session Groceries, which connects local farmers and consumers to support local agribusiness, promote a sustainable lifestyle, and educate the local community on the benefits of eating fresh, locally grown food. Aside from connecting farmers to consumers, Session Groceries has also developed a Farmers Academy, which allowed the sharing of knowledge and experiences to aid the farmers in meeting quality standards and ensure continued community support. In the field of education, we have Eleazar Abraham Orobia, or Abe, the head facilitator of art workshops for indigenous people, elementary teachers. Abe focused on artistic research during the pandemic to determine society's conduct towards art and culture in times of crisis. His installations consist of various images from physicians, nurses, and other medical personnel wearing full personal protective equipment as temporary shield in the fight against the pandemic, to depictions of small farmers and fishermen, cultural communities suffering from the crisis. These are part of the exhibition titled Images of Our Nation at the National Commission for Culture and the Arts Gallery. In the field of environment marine conservation, we have Ana Opposa, co-founder of Save Philippine Seas. In 2015, Ana founded the Sea of Earth Advocates, or CCAMP, in partnership with the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines. To date, the CCAMP has trained over 200 youth leaders in the Philippines and Southeast Asia to become leaders in conservation. She also co-wrote a workbook entitled An Introduction to Climate Change for Filipino Youth. She helped operationalize the country's first shark and ray sanctuary in Cebu through empowerment and education programs. For the field of education and sociology, we have Jael Cornelio, Associate Professor and the Director of the Development Studies at the Ateneo de Manila University. He is a recipient of 2 national awards for his scholarship and extensive body of work on religion and social change. He has also been the editor of Rethinking Filipino Millennials, Alternative Perspective of the Misunderstood Generation in 2020, and the lead editor of the Routledge International Handbook of Religion in Global Society for 2021. For the field of science and technology, we have Maria Isabel Angela Palma, inventor of air disk cooling technologies, which is anticipated to play a pivotal role amid the climate crisis we find ourselves. Maria Isabel Angel's main goal is to make these technologies available to everyone. In the field of medicine and cardiology, we have Dr. Jaime Alfonso Herrera, whose research has been used to develop pathways for COVID-19 management at the Philippine General Hospital. He's also known for his work on ST elevation myocardial infection, which is focused on timely management of heart attacks and its correlation with adverse outcomes at the Philippine General Hospital. Another awardee in the field of education is Lu Sabrina Ongkiko, a Master Teacher 1 at the Culiat Elementary School in Tandangsora, Quezon City. She led the planning and implementation of her school's learning continuity program for distance learning during the pandemic and helped ensure its stability through the conduct of Facebook Messenger classes, strengthening learner mapping and community support. In the field of digital journalism, we have J. Mark Tordesillas, the head of digital media for GMA News and Public Affairs. As digital media chief of one of the country's top news organizations, he spearheaded the development of Cover Stories, an award-winning multimedia storytelling platform, as well as the network's digital video library, which has developed and launched a portfolio of original digital newscasts, documentary shows, and podcasts. Lastly, for the field of science and medicine, we have Dr. Melvin Sennicas, an international recognized Filipino COVID-19 expert for his tireless work in scientific communication, fighting misinformation and disinformation, advancing the field of vaccinology, and making significant contributions to global public health. A TED educator, the lessons that Dr. Sennicas developed on tuberculosis, influenza, meningitis, and coronavirus have been translated into over 24 different languages and viewed by millions. Mr. President, this year's TUIM awardees, just like their predecessors, show us the best of what Filipinos can be. Sa paggawad natin sa kanila ng parangal, binibigyan din natin ng pagkilala ang mga natatanging katangian ng mga Pilipino, lalo na ang kanilang husay at tatag na nag-angat sa ating mga kababayan sa gitna ng krisis. For these reasons, I call on our distinguished colleagues to support the adoption of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr.
Majority
President. Mr. President, before we continue with the sponsorship, Mr. President, I was told by our dear colleague, Senator Amy Marcos, that she is connected online, but she could hardly get any sound from our connection. Unfortunately, there's no way for her to show her video, Mr. President, as she's experiencing raging fever, Mr. President. So I just want to
I
put
saw
that
her.
on record.
I would
that
like
she's
to
here
put on
and
record,
she's
I
present.
did see her while they were giving,
Yes.
while Senator Gatchalian was delivering his sponsorship speech. She tried to connect, so we consider her present today.
Excuse, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can
Yes.
hear you, Senator Amy.
Please go ahead.
Okay, just to acknowledge I'm listening, and I hope to see you very soon. Thank you.
Get well soon, ma'am.
We're all praying for you.
Get
Madam.
well soon.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank
President,
you.
next to sponsor is the distinguished gentleman from Aurora, the author of PS Resolution number 91, no other than Senator Sani Angara.
Senator Sani Angara, distinguished chairman of the Committee on Finance, and the gentleman from Aurora, wearing today his native IP outfit from Aurora IPs.
This is actually from the Cordillera, Mr. President, but
Okay,
it's
there
not far. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, dear colleagues. I'd like to associate myself with the earlier speech of our colleague from Valenzuela, Senator Win Gatchalian, but allow me also to deliver a few words of my own. I stand to sponsor this resolution congratulating and commending yet another batch of honorees for the annual search for the country's most outstanding young men and women. In sponsoring this measure, we are reminded of two things. The first is something American industrialist William Durant wrote about, the Aristotelian principle of how virtues are formed in man by doing the actions. We are what we repeatedly do, therefore excellence is not an act, but a habit. The second is what our national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal, wrote in Noli Me Tangere, the example could encourage others who only fear to start. Simula po noong 1959, pinararangalan po natin ang mga individual na may kakaibang kontribusyon sa kanilang mga propesyon o mga larangan. Binibigyan natin sila ng parangal dahil karapat-dapat silang bigyan ng parangal. Ginagawa rin natin ito dahil nais natin silang makilala sa ating bansa na sana sa kanilang ehemplo, maudyok ang kanilang mga kababayan na sumunod sa kanilang mga yapak. It has become a tradition, Mr. President, through the efforts of the JCI Philippines, for the country to regularly search and recognize its most outstanding individuals. And that's because we believe exemplary and excellent acts deserve due praise and should not go unrecognized. We are what we repeatedly do, after all. We also do this because we want to inspire those among our countrymen, especially the youth, who wish to make a contribution but do not necessarily know where or how to begin. We wish to dispel that fear and we wish to inspire them. As mentioned by Senator Gatchalian, many from this August chamber have been chosen as TOYM honorees. I'd like to add also, he himself was an honoree in 2011, former Senator Richard Gordon in 1982, our colleague Senator Alan Peter Cayetano was my batchmate in 2010, along with former Senator Bam Aquino in 2010. Senator J.V. Ejercito, Senator Chis Escudero, Senator Lauren Legarda, our pro temp, former Senator Ninoy Aquino, former Senator Manny Pacquiao, former Senator and President Joseph Estrada, former Senator Juan Flavier, former Senator Gringo Honasan, also former Senators Lina, Maceda, Mercado, Janos Mena, Miriam Defensor Santiago, and former Senate President Manny Villar. This year, through JCI Philippines, the TOYM Foundation, and the Jerry Rojas Foundation, 10 individuals have been chosen and their stories deemed worthy of praise. At the risk of repeating some of what Senator Win has mentioned, allow me to mention them individually. The first is Aristelo A. Asilo, TOYM honoree for social entrepreneurship. He co-founded the food and beverage company Varaco Incorporated, which owns the registered trademark brand Timplado. Through his work, he helped pioneer the coffee program, or the coffee-based farming and entrepreneurship engagement, which is built on the values of responsible entrepreneurship and dignified work, particularly for our coffee farmers. He has also helped, as mentioned, the Rise Against Hunger Coalition, the Peace Corps Scholars, and the Alumni Association, and he has helped secure funding for farm-to-market roads in Lobo, Batangas, under the Philippine Rural Development Program. Next is Eloisa Romaraog Diga, our honoree for agricultural entrepreneurship, who founded the Session Groceries smartphone app, which provides users access to fresh and homegrown produce from the convenience of their homes. Through her efforts, not only has she provided consumers with better food choices, she has also created new income streams for upland farmers who no longer need to work with middlemen for their produce to reach customers. Currently, she is working to get more Filipino-grown produce, particularly Baguio strawberries, to markets abroad as far as Dubai in the Middle East. Next, Your Honor, Mr. President, Your Honors, is our multi-awarded artist, educator, independent curator, and cultural advocate, Elazar Abraham, or Abe Orobia, the honoree for education and culture. In 2018, he worked as the head facilitator of art workshops for indigenous people, elementary teachers from different parts of the Philippines. He also created a bas-relief mural of the Basi Revolt in the municipality of San Ildefonso, Ilocos Sur. In 2017, he was one of the 5 artists who worked on a mural reinterpretation of the famous Bahay Nakpil Bautista. Proceeds from the sale of these murals were donated for the reconstruction and preservation of the said historical site. The fourth TOYM honoree is Ana Opposa, recognized for her contributions to the environment and marine conservation. She is the executive director and chief mermaid of Save Philippine Seas, having been at the forefront of projects and campaigns in shark conservation, waste management, and environmental education. Her work has contributed to raising the profile of marine conservation in mainstream and social media, national and local legislation, and empowering youth and communities to take action on environmental issues. And if I'm not mistaken, she's the daughter of Attorney Tony Opposa, who is also a former TOYM awardee and famous to law graduates for the seminal Opposa versus Factoran case. Next is TOYM honoree for PhD education and sociology is Dr. Jael S Cornelio. He is currently Associate Professor of Development Studies and Associate Dean of Research and Creative Work at the Ateneo de Manila University. He is a leading sociologist of religion in the Philippines, and he is widely known for his brave and extensive research on youth, politics, and religious life. He is best known for his wide-ranging scholarship, which covers topics such as Christianity and the war on drugs, fundamentalism and the struggle for gender equality, and young people in post-conflict Marawi. For science and technology, the TOYM honoree is Maria Isabel Angel Palma. She invented a more eco-friendly form of air conditioning, which has no need for ozone-depleting refrigerants, and founded air disk cooling technologies, which has since garnered interest from investors from around the world. Her work has garnered awards from top-notch international inventors competitions and was endorsed by the International Federation of Inventors Associations as the timely response to global warming. Our TOYM awardee for medicine cardiology is Dr. Jaime Alfonso Aherrera, who is a multi-awarded board top-notcher, cardiologist, epidemiologist, academician, and health advocate who has been using his knowledge to educate the community, specifically about the early recognition of cardiac diseases, one of the top killers of our countrymen, Mr. President. His research on heart diseases paved the way for improvement in the earlier heart attack pathways of the UP Philippine General Hospital, incidentally, a beneficiary of your wonderful singing, Mr. President. His brainchild, the IM Platinum textbook series for internal medicine, has now reached and helped thousands of medical students and young specialists nationwide. The TOYM honoree for education and the academe is Lou Sabrina Ongkiko. She is a multi-awarded public school teacher of Kulyat Elementary School and has been working with different partner organizations to create programs and activities that help students, teachers, parents, and the community, particularly during the pandemic. These include the COVID-19 Comics for Children, 2 radio programs to reach students and teachers, and piloting Facebook Messenger classes with AHA Learning Center. Teacher Sab is also an advocate for quality STEM education and was instrumental in setting up the Center for Integration STEM, or SYSTEM for short, with the Unilab Foundation and the UP College of Education. Mr. President, for digital journalism, the TOYM honoree is J. Mark Tordesillas. He is currently head of digital media at GMA News and Public Affairs. He spearheaded the development and launch of the Cover Stories platform for GMA News Online, which has published long-form multimedia stories that have garnered numerous awards. He oversees the network's Digital Video Lab, which he conceptualized and has since launched a portfolio of online programs, including the Howie Severino podcast, the Mangahas interviews, Stand for Truth, and Need to Know. And last but not least, Mr. President, is our Science and Medicine TOYM honoree, Dr. Melvin J. Sennicas. He is a world-renowned Filipino physician-scientist who organized and launched in 2014 the Collaboration for Tuberculosis Vaccine Discovery, or CTVD, an international network of over 80 institutions dedicated to fostering collaboration in tuberculosis vaccine discovery. With his expertise in vaccinology, mobile health, health information technology, and digital communications, Dr. Sennicas is the only Filipino digital health expert for the World Health Organization, health data expert for Facebook, and digital strategy advisor of the Infectious Disease Society of America. He's also on social media, and I follow him on Twitter, Mr. President. Each of this year's honorees deserve praise because in their respective areas of expertise, they have exuded nothing less than the utmost in excellence, even in their youth. Theirs are among the many reminders that there is no age requirement to achieving great things. Hopefully, through their example, they may bring hope, especially amid the ongoing pandemic and crisis, and inspire others to follow in their footsteps. And for our part in the Senate, Mr. President, we will continue to shine a light on young individuals such as our honorees. Not only is this august chamber responsible for crafting legislation, it is also called upon to help uplift and inspire the spirits of our countrymen. Congratulations to the 2021 TOYM honorees. Thank you, Mr. President, dear colleagues.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Thank you.
several colleagues of ours would like to co-sponsor the measure. First on the list is our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda. I move that she be recognized.
Our distinguished
Mr.
Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Lauren Legarda is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to associate myself with the previous sponsors who spoke, Senator Sani Angara and Senator Sherwin Gatchalian. I acknowledge that all the awardees have been mentioned already, so I will no longer read a lengthy manifestation and wish that this 4 pages be inserted into the record. I would just like to congratulate each and every awardee present here today, as well as our colleagues who were also previous awardees many years past. I'm a firm believer that being excellent is not limited to the TOYM or to select individuals, for I believe that excellence can be attained through passion, dedication, discipline, and commitment. And therefore, congratulations to the 10 outstanding young men of 2021. I have time and again requested TOYM to rename TOYM to 10 outstanding young men and women. As an awardee way back in 1992, I have to reveal the date when I became an awardee, 1992. Perhaps some of the awardees were not yet born the time, but I had requested that perhaps the TOYM could rename it to 10 outstanding young men and women. And so I will no longer read my 4-page manifestation. I simply wish to be made co-author of the sponsored measure. And congratulations to all our 10 outstanding young women and men, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our distinguished colleague from Antique and the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank
Majority
you.
Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished gentleman from San Juan, our seatmate, Senator J.V. Ejercito. I move that he be recognized, Your Honor.
The Chair would like to recognize a distinguished colleague from the city of San Juan, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
Thank you, Mr. President. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Mr. President, this is a powerful statement made by one of the acclaimed leaders of the 20th century, Mahatma Gandhi. Mr. President, honorable members of this august body, I rise today to co-sponsor Senate Resolutions number 77 and 91, sponsored by my co-seatmates and co-TOYM awardees, Senator Win Gatchalian and Senator Sonny Angara. I would not want to lose this opportunity to extend my congratulations and commendation to the recipients of the 2021 The Outstanding Young Men for their significant and remarkable contributions in their fields and to the community. Mr. President, way back in 2007, I'm in the same position as our awardees right now. I was once a recipient of TOYM for Public Service and Governance during my stint as local chief executive of San Juan City. As a public servant for almost 2 decades now, looking back to this time was indeed an honor to be part of a set of diverse honorees from around the country. I continue to cherish this award, and up to now, I will always hold this close to my heart. Today, as we acknowledge our TOYM awardees, we recognize their achievements and service to the Filipino people. Mr. President, these 10 exemplary Filipinos have reached the new heights in serving others. Prioritizing others above yourself is extraordinary, and yet these men and women did so selflessly. They are the living testimony of the statement of Gandhi of service to others. Being a TOYM awardee means that you did something extraordinary. Mr. President, I would not read the names anymore as they were already read by our sponsors earlier, but they are really inspiring. I'd just like to take note that one of the awardees, Ms. Ana Opposa, and is the only father and daughter awardees, just like myself and my father, as the father and son awardees of TOYM. Mr. President, as I end, I want also to congratulate my brothers and sisters in the Junior Chamber International Philippines for a job well done in meticulously selecting these brave and young men and women as a recipient of this award. Honorees that will serve as in hope and inspiration to everyone and to our younger generation. To our TOYM awardees, continue inspiring others. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, our distinguished colleague, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next on the list is the distinguished gentleman from Cavite, our idol, Senator Bong Revilla. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from the great province of Cavite, Senator Ramon Bong Revilla Jr. is recognized. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a short manifestation. Mr. President, I joined our colleagues, Senator Gatchalian, Legarda, Ejercito, Angara, in commending our 10 TOYM awardees for 2021. We congratulate the outstanding young men and women who not only excel but go above and beyond in their respective fields. We admire the immense passion and dedication these young individuals have towards their respective professions and chosen fields. Tunay na kahanga-hanga ang kanilang kontribusyon sa ating bansa. Sila ay inspirasyon at larawan ng pag-asa para sa ating lahat. Kinikilala natin sila bilang everyday leaders na higit na kumikinang sa panahon ng pandemya. They have answered beyond the call of their duties and had willingly taken the extra mile in selfless service to others. Our awardees have truly exemplified being men and women for others. For doing what they do excellently, they have made their community and the country better. As we congratulate all awardees, we do so with prayer of hope that they continue to lead the change that our country needs. And they may also create ripples of inspiration so that many more may follow their footsteps. With the permission of the good sponsors, I respectfully manifest my intent to be made co-author of this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next is the distinguished lady from Taguig Pateros, Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano of the cities of Taguig and Pateros is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues in congratulating the 10 outstanding young men and women awardees. I also join our colleague from Antique and the rest of the Philippines in hoping that they will recognize women in the title itself of the TOYM. I would just like to put on record for the sake also of the awardees, but also for the members of the Senate, that as the chairman of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation, and Futures Thinking, the work, the advocacies of the young people here today directly address our SDGs, our Sustainable Development Goals. So to give them recognition, I would just like to point out, and this is not necessarily exhaustive, I've just pointed out the SDGs that are highlighted immediately upon a quick perusal of the work that they do, but in many ways it would intersect with other SDGs as well. So for Mr. Aristelo Asilo on social entrepreneurship, that addresses SDG 2 on zero hunger and SDG 8 decent work and economic growth. Thank you for your work. For Ms. Eloisa Romarao Diga on her work on agricultural entrepreneurship, also SDG 2 on zero hunger and SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. Thank you for your work. I actually on my own, this list came from my staff, no? We'll also say that it also covers SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, because your platform is an innovative work, and I'm sure with so many others here. Mr. Eleazar Abraham Orobia on education, of course, SDG 4, quality education. Also SDG 10 on reducing inequalities. We all know that education is a means to reduce inequalities. And then I move on. Ms. Ana Opposa, who I have worked with many times, including her father, of course. SDG 13 on climate action and SDG 14, life below water. Congratulations, Ana. Senator Padilla, siya po yung nabanggit ko sa inyo nung nag-interpellate kayo sa akin on yung concern nyo on marine life na affected. Sabi ko sa inyo na bibisita tayo sa mga lugar na affected ang marine life. Siya yung contact natin. So, pinapakilala ko na kayo. Anak ni Tony, pinapakilala ko na sa inyo. So, I move on. Congratulations, Ana. We're proud of you. Mr. Jael Cornelio on education and sociology, of course, SDG 4 then, quality education. Also SDG 10 on reduce inequalities. And from what I heard, you're also building sustainable communities, so SDG 11, congratulations. And then Ms. Maria Isabel Angel Palma, Science and Technology, SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. That would also include reducing inequalities and also decent work and economic growth, and more, I'm sure. Congratulations for your work. Dr. Jaime Alfonso Herrera on medicine and cardiology. This is basically SDG 3, good health and well-being, but again, this would also intersect with SDG 10 on reducing inequalities, SDG 9 on innovations, SDG 11 on sustainable communities as well. Thank you for your work. Ms. Lou Sabrina Onquico on Education, SDG 4, Quality Education, SDG 10, Reducing Inequalities, and SDG 11 on Sustainable Communities. Thank you for your work. And Mr. J. Mark Tordesillas, Digital Journalism, this is SDG 6, Peace, Justice, and Strong Institutions, SDG 10 on Reducing Inequalities as well, and SDG 11 on Sustainable Communities. Thank you for your work. And Dr. Melvin Sennicas, Science and Medicine, SDG 3, Good Health and Well-Being, SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure, SDG 10, Reduce Inequalities, SDG 11, Sustainable Communities. Thanks, Doc, for your work. On that note, I hope that you will be available if I invite you to our hearings to enlighten us on the work that you are doing, because we might as well start with the experts that we already have, that have already been recognized in our own country. In our hearings, we also invite experts from other parts of the world. The ability to conduct hearings online have allowed us to work with these experts, and I'm sure on your own, this is something that might interest you as well. And I encourage the rest of the senators to also consider if our valuable resources right here in the halls of the Senate today, who we are honoring, can contribute to our hearings in lawmaking. So on that note, I join our colleagues in congratulating these men and women.
Thank you, Senator Pia. Next, Mr. President, is the distinguished lady from Panay and Republic of the Philippines, Senator Risa Ontiveros. I move that she be recognized.
We recognize a distinguished colleague from Panay and the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Salamat kaayo,
Our
Mr.
Deputy
President.
Minority Floor Leader.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Briefly, mabuhay po sa bawat isa sa bagong batch ng mga TOYM awardees. Always an improvement, Mr. President. Always an improvement on all our other earlier batches. Mabuhay po sa inyo, kasama na kina Ms. Ana Opposa, who is carrying on a proud family tradition of environmental activism, at gayon din kay Jael Cornelio, na namumuno sa departamento na noon, Mr. President, gusto ko sanang mag-shift mula sa social sciences papunta sa kanilang napakahusay na pinamumunuan ngayon, ang development studies. At kapag ka, Mr. President, wala na ako sa formal politics, dun po ako gustong magbalik-aral. Sa bawat isa po sa inyong lahat, kayo pong 10, mabuhay at maraming salamat sa inyong paglilingkod sa ating sambayanan. And with all due respect, Mr. President, if the kind authors of the resolution would allow, I would really appreciate to be included as a co-author. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last but not the least, the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, no other than our dear colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Senator, our distinguished colleague, Senator Jinggoy Estrada is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Although I was never an awardee of 10 outstanding young men, and I think I do not have any hope of being chosen because of my age. I'm already in my late 50s. I just would like to manifest that I be made co-sponsor or co-author of this measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our dear colleague.
Mr. President, hindi po halata, Mr. President, yung age ni Senator Jinggoy. Mr. President, just a very short manifestation. I read about their success stories, and I can say that their contributions, especially in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic, animate courage, creativity, passion, and persistence. We'd like to thank all our awardees for being their very best and for taking the extra mile of selfless service to others. Again, congratulations to our 10 outstanding young men and women. And so, Mr. President, I would also like to move, with the permission of the body, that all members present be made co-authors of the resolution as well. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the manifestation of the motion of the majority floor leader, that all members be made co-author of the resolution and to approve. Are we going to approve the
I'm
measure?
about to, Mr. President. Yes.
Therefore, we put that on record. that
Thank
all
you,
members
Mr.
be made.
President. No member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. And so I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 77, taking into consideration PSR number 91, subject to style. So move, Mr. President.
Is there any objection? There being none, the motion is to approve and adopt PS Resolution number 77, taking into consideration PS Resolution number 91, subject to style, is hereby approved and adopted.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I move for 1 minute suspension, Mr.
Yes, we
President?
move to suspend to
So
allow
we
our
can- yes.
awardees to
Our awardees
come
to
up
come
to the
here
rostrum, and we will turn over to them the approved measure.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Sessions suspended by minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, I move to consider proposed Senate Resolution number 84.
Is there any objection to the motion of the majority floor leader? There being none, the motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. May I request the Secretary to read the title of the measure?
Secretary, please proceed.
Resolution commending and congratulating Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario for winning the IBO World Flyweight title at the International Convention Center in East London, South Africa.
Thank you, Mr. President. The status of the measure is that we are in the period of sponsorship. I ask that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Sports, Senator Christopher Bongo, to sponsor this resolution. I so move, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague from Davao City, Senator Christopher Bongo, is recognized.
A pleasant afternoon to all of you, Mr. President and distinguished colleagues. It is with great pride and honor that I sponsor the Senate resolution commending and congratulating Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario for successfully winning the International Boxing Organization World Flyweight title at the International Boxing Center in East London, South Africa. I extend my utmost praise to my fellow Mindanaoan, Dave Apolinario, for exemplifying the unrelenting Filipino spirit of competitiveness in a highly intense boxing showdown last July 30, 2022. He dominated early on in the opening round after delivering a huge left straight punch, scoring a first-round stoppage against his South African foe, Gideon Butlehezi, with an exclamation point. His remarkable win paved the way for claiming his first world title after he captured the IBO flyweight title and improving his unbeaten boxing record of 17 wins, 0 defeats with 12 knockouts. The 23-year-old from Sarangani province has proved to be an indomitable boxer, as he is now recognized as one of the most promising fighters our country has produced, and to represent the country in future international boxing competitions. As chairman of the Senate Committee on Sports, ang mga ganitong karangalan ay tunay ngang nakakataba ng puso dahil sa kabila ng krisis na ating kinakaharap dulot ng pandemya. Ang ating mga Pilipinong atleta ay namamayagpag sa mundo ng palakasan at nagbigay ng malaking inspirasyon para sa ating bayan. Rest assured that this representation will continue to push for the promotion and advancement of our long-term commitment for the betterment of our sports development programs in the country. Ako po ay kaisa ng bawat Pilipino sa pagsuporta at pagpupugay sa ating mga atleta na nagbigay ng karangalan sa ating bansa. To our athletes, the glory and honor you have given to this country will be forever etched in Philippine sports history, as you have become pillars of strength and great sources of inspiration to our fellow countrymen that continue to give us hope in the face of adversity. Each and every one of you has proven time and again your undying devotion to our country's cause. Mr. President and distinguished colleagues, it is for this reason that we give distinction and recognition for the impeccable performance of Dave Apolinario, which has inspired many Filipinos athletes to soar to greater heights in their respective fields of sport. Thank you, Mr. President. Mabuhay si Dave Apolinario. Mabuhay ang atletang Pilipino.
I would like to congratulate my kababayan from Mindanao, from Sarangani, si Linga Namona sa Bukidnon,
Sarangani.
for a job well done, sir. Please continue to fight for our country in the international arena. Thank you also to the distinguished colleague, Senator Bongo.
Thank you. Mr. President, may I be allowed to co-sponsor the measure? Very short lang, Mr. President.
Yes, please proceed,
Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, at the outset, let me congratulate our distinguished colleague, sports enthusiast, and an active supporter of Philippine boxing, the gentleman from Davao, Senator Bongo. Today, we are so blessed to have the current IBO flyweight champion, Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario, in the Senate gallery. And I believe that there are three things that we can all learn from him, Mr. President. I got a chance to talk to him early this afternoon, Mr. President. First would be excellence, Mr. President. Dave is an unbeaten boxer. His recent win against Gideon Butelezi improved his perfect record to 17-0 with 12 knockouts, Mr. President. Wala po itong pagmumulan kundi ang matibay na hangaring maging magaling at mahusay sa larangang kanyang pinili. Ikalawa, Ginoong Pangulo, yung pong persistency. Second is persistence. We have heard the story that Dave fought with a heavy heart, Mr. President, because his mother died just few months ago in Sarangani Province. At kanina, Ginoong Pangulo, I had the chance to talk to him going to South Africa. 5 beses po yung kanyang stopover, before reaching his final destination. And so when he reached South Africa, Mr. President, nawawala na yung luggage niya. It's nowhere to be found. Hanggang sa lalaban na po siya, Ginoong Pangulo, it's good thing that he has extra shorts and some yung mga gamit po na kailangan po niya. Tinuloy pa rin po ang laban, hindi po siya sumuko at ipinakita ang tapang at bagsik ng isang Pilipino. Mr. President, the third is consistency. We know that Dave Apolinario won gold medals at the Palarong Pambansa before becoming a professional boxer at age 18. Talagang naging tapat sa kanyang pangarap at araw-araw pinagtatrabahuan ang kanyang tagumpay. Saludo po tayo sa kanya, Ginoong Pangulo, Dave Mark Apolinario, just like the people's champ and our former colleague, Senator Manny Pacquiao, is excellent, persistent, and consistent. Mga katangian ng isang tunay na kampiyon. Again, congratulations to him, and may God bless him more. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And to add as well, gentlemen, he's a product nga of Palarong Pambansa.
Yes.
Kaya napaka-importante bilang sportsman katulad namin, ni Senator Tolentino, Senator Bato, Senator Pia, and other senators here, that meron po tayong grassroots program. And maybe it's also time, if we discuss this later on the Committee on Sports of Senator Bongo, na sana kausapin din po natin yung Palarong Pambansa organizers, yung Batang Pinoy organizers, at yung Philippine National Games, PNG, dahil hindi pa sila pumapayag na magkaroon ng contact sports. They're only allowing team sports like basketball, football and volleyball, pero wala pang contact sports. Baka mawalan tayo ng edge, particularly on these sports like boxing, karate, taekwondo, arnis, kung saan po tayo ay world champions. Sa buong mundo ay magagaling po ang mga Pilipino. Kaya siguro, Majority Leader, the proper time, let's approach our distinguished colleague, the Chairman of the Committee on Sports, so that we can ask these questions to the proper agencies.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this juncture, Mr. President, the distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, would like to co-sponsor the measure. I move that he be recognized. Thank you, Mr. President.
The distinguished gentleman from Davao, who could possibly be a heavyweight champion of boxing sa forma lang at sa katawan. Walang iba kundi si Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa.
Can possibly match Mike Tyson, Mr. President? Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, it is my honor to co-sponsor Senate Resolution number 84, commending and congratulating our fellow Mindanaoan Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario for winning the International Boxing Organization flyweight title. Nagsimula po ang professional na boxing career ni Dave Mark sa edad na 18 taong gulang. Ginulat niya ang mundo ng boxing noong nanalo siya via first round technical knockout laban kay Prince Canonero. Simula po noon, nagtuloy-tuloy na ang kanyang pamamayagpag bilang isang magaling na boxer katulad ng ating dating kasamahan na si Senator Manny Pacquiao, who incidentally also hails from the same province ng Sarangani. He remains to be unbeaten. At ngayon po ay isa na siyang IBO flyweight title holder pagkatapos niyang talunin si Gideon Buthilizi nito lamang July 29, 2022. As many of you probably know, boxing is a sport that is close to my heart. Not only am I a former amateur boxer, but until today, I committed to my continued training in boxing. What makes boxing very special, Mr. President, is the sense of self-discipline that one gains in training. Parang ROTC rin yan. Pag ikaw ay nag-ROTC, maging disiplinado ka. Pag ikaw ay nag-boxing, maging disiplinado ka. Kung ang isang atleta ay magpupursige sa pagiging isang boxer, makasisiguro tayo na ang atletang ito ay magiging mabuting halimbawa. Hindi lamang sa boxing, kundi sa aspeto ng disiplina at pagiging selfless. When one is disciplined, one also learns to forget one's own appetites and cravings. However, the Doberman has managed to take all that a notch higher, Mr. President. Dave Apolinario has gone beyond self-discipline, combining it with a sincere love of country. And if we are to learn anything from our athletes, Mr. President, it is the discipline and love of country is a powerful, deadly combination, truly worthy of emulation. Congratulations, Dave, og unta, magpadayong kang mahimong ihimplo sa atong mga kabataan-unan. Daghang salamat and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you to our distinguished colleague from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Next to co-sponsor the measures, the distinguished gentleman from the city of San Juan, no other than our Deputy Majority Leader, Senator J.V. Ejercito.
To our distinguished colleague from San Juan, Senator J.V. Arcito is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, with the indulgence of Senator Bongo, I'd like to be a co-sponsor of the measure. I stand because, for the record, Dave Apolinario is the lone Filipino title holder at the moment. Hindi tayo sanay, no? Madalas marami tayong boxing champions. But at the moment, he's our lone champion. And Mr. President, I also had an experience how to box, no? And nako, napakahirap talaga. Pag nasa boxing ring ka, ika nga anything can happen, no? Pwedeng dugo, pawis at buhay ang iyong sinasakripisyo. And you can also die, no, in the boxing ring. Anything can really happen. Kaya nga po ako tumitindig para siyempre ipagbunyi ang pagkapanalo ni Dave Apolinario. And good luck sa iyo and maraming salamat sa pagbigay sa iyo sa karangalan sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat, Ginoong
Maraming salamat, kapatid.
Yes, Mr. President. Last but not the least is our distinguished colleague from the city of Taguig and Pateros, no other than Senator Pia Cayetano. I move that she be recognized.
To our resident athlete
Our
and the
resident
health
athlete,
advocate from City of Taguig and the municipality of Pateros, rather, is recognized. Ma'am Pia Cayetano.
Thank you, Mr. President, our world champion.
Long time ago, eons ago.
It doesn't matter if it was long time. A world champion is always a world champion. And to our majority floor leader, who is a consummate basketball player. Mr. President, I'd just like to also join our colleagues and be a co-sponsor of Senate Resolution number 84, commending and congratulating Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario for his win in the IBO World Flyweight title. I did not know, and the reason I love it when there's a number of sponsors, ang dami kong natutunan, no? Sa mga sponsorship ng mga kasamahan natin. Yung binanggit ng ating gentleman from San Juan, hindi ko alam na nag-iisa ka ngayon. Grabe. Another round of pictures? Nag-iisa na, hindi nga tayo sanay. And that ties in with what the Senate President said na, ano ba plano? Diba? We're supposed to live with this virus. Ako, sa mga iba-ibang sports na nalaro ko, yung basketball, actually, in general, Mr. President, they considered basketball in a general categorization as contact din di ba? So, hindi ko maintindihan na because it is a game, it is a group sport, yun pwede, and then yung mga combat sport, hindi pwede. Tama po kayo, maiiwan tayo. Just like, well, many others. Let's not go into all the other things na naiwan tayo, no? So, pagpatuloy mo ang maganda mong halimbawa, lalo na sa kabataan. Unfortunately, hindi po ako supporter ng ROTC in a very strict sense. But tama yung sinabi din ng ating kababayan and colleague from Davao na kung ano yung paniniwala niya na disiplina sa ROTC, agree ako na ganun din ang paniniwala ko sa disiplina na nakukuha sa sports, and that's why yung bill ko naman na sana mahiring na kasabay ng ROTC bill is to consider all the other means, no, of developing yung klaseng disiplina na yan, which includes sports, which it would include being exposed to natural calamities where the youth would get involved in that. There are so many different ways where our youth can shine, and sports is one of them. Just like the Senate President mentioned the national competitions that are very important, like the Palarong Pambansa, and I support the Senate President's call, no, that we have a hearing to find out what's going on, what can we do as a legislative branch to further support our athletes. I also now want to bring up another matter, which is the private-public partnerships, because kasama po ng ating champion, walang iba kundi si Mike Pelayo and his team. Tayo din kayo kasi these are the people who supported him, private sector na tumutulong. So katulad na nabanggit ko, nabuo ko yung aking statements ngayon dahil din sa mga sinabi ng mga kasamahan natin before me. There's the importance of a competition, the example of what young people like our athlete Dave Mark Doberman Apolinario has done, and then there is the support of the private sector. So maraming salamat din sa inyong lahat. I join our colleagues in commending our one and only current title holder. Sana madagdagan pa. Maghanap ka pa ng ibang katulad niya. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you very much, so distinguished colleague. Senator Pia Cayetano, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Revilla would like to co-sponsor the measure and that his sponsorship speech be just inserted into the records.
Senator Padilla is also raising his hand.
And Senator
Maybe we
Padilla-
can ask all members of the
That's
Senate.
what I'm going to move, Mr. President, after
Yes.
this motion for the
All members na lang.
co-sponsorship speech of Senator Revilla be inserted into the records, Mr. President.
We take note of that.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, no member, Mr. President, I would do that right now with the permission of the body. I move that all members present be made co-authors of the resolution as well. And so I move, Mr. President.
With the permission of the author, and he has no objection, we take note of the manifestation and motion of the Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, no member wishes to interpolate or propose amendments to the measure. I move that we adopt proposed Senate Resolution number 84, subject to style.
Is there any objection? There being none, Senate Resolution number 84 is hereby adopted, subject to style.
May I ask for 1 minute suspension,
Session
Mr.
is
President,
suspended.
to
And
allow
before-
our world champion to go to the rostrum and have our picture taken with him, Mr. President.
Yes, we'll all be honored to have a
Yes,
photo
Mr.
with the world
President.
champion. Session suspended.
Thank you. Madam President. Madam President, with the permission of the body, we take these privileged speeches up, and I ask that we recognize our beloved Senate President Juan Miguel Zubiri, to deliver his speech.
The Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, is recognized to deliver his privileged speech.
Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo. At pasensyahan nyo na lang ako, medyo paus po ako dahil kumanta po tayo at naghalay po tayo ng kanta sa ating mahal na kaibigan ni si Senator Sani Angara nung Sabado. Mr. President, I rise on a personal and collective privilege. Last Friday, I went home to my beloved city and province of Cagayan de Oro and Bukidnon, and I was greeted with complaints from residents and several businessmen, mostly MSMEs. This is about the ever-increasing electricity and power rates in northern Mindanao and many parts of the country. I actually have with me here a statement from the Oro Chamber on the high power rates that they released recently. One of their complaints, for example, in Cagayan de Oro, is that the electricity rates, for instance, from 10 pesos and 62 centavos in January of this year has increased, and I have the rate increase here. February, it increased from 10.62, it went to 10.77. On March, it went up to 11.82. On April, it was 12 pesos and 65 centavos. On May, it was 13 pesos and 98 centavos. On June, it was 13 pesos and 98 centavos. And July, it is now 14.19. This is industrial rates, Madam President. It increased from 10 pesos and 60 centavos on January, which is usually the average rate, to about 14 pesos on July. So that's almost an increase of how many percent? My dear Minority Floor Leader is a mathematics genius, much better than me. That's almost 40%, no? Almost 40% increase. A little less than 40% increase in 6 months, Madam President. And many other areas in the country have also increased. To give an example, Bukidnon, a residential consumer paid 15.15 pesos per kilowatt hour of June, and in July, he pays 16 pesos and 56 centavos per kilowatt hour. That is a 1.41 peso increase, or a 9.3% increase in just a 1 month period, Madam President. To give you an idea, my dear colleagues, the residential power rates for the following electric cooperatives are also quite high. Though earlier, the one I mentioned earlier was Sepalco, that's a private company. But these are for electric cooperatives. And if you could look at the list, Buseco at 16 pesos at 31 centavos. This is in Bukidnon. Moresco in Misamis Oriental, where my dear Minority Floor Leader and I come from, as well as being from northern Mindanao. It is 13.49. And in Moresco too, it's 16.90. In Laneco, it is 16.69 pesos per kilowatt hour. In Soleco, it is 19 pesos per kilowatt hour. In Leeco, I believe this is in Region 8. Yung Leeco is 18 pesos, 18.94 pesos. Meron pang Bileco at 18 pesos and 77 centavos. And the list is there, flashed on your screen, Madam President, my dear colleagues. This scenario is replicated, and I know Senator J.V. Estrada, Senator J.V. Ejercito approached me earlier and mentioned that was the complaint in Nueva Ecija. In San Jose, it was 18, from 9 pesos to 18 pesos per kilowatt hour. That is a 100% increase of electricity rates. Grabe po, Madam President. I, as a micro, small, and medium enterprise promoter of, and of course, advocate, feel that so many of these industries are now suffering because of the high electricity rates. Admittedly, ang sabi po nila, nung kinausap po namin ibang electric cooperatives, and I want to put on record, hindi po lahat ay kasalanan nila. Kasi ang sabi po nila, ang generation charge nila ay napakataas. And when you break that down, and I know if Senator Sherwin Gatchalian was here to listen, there is a breakdown, and we have the chairman of the Committee on Energy here, Senator Raffy Tulfo. There is a breakdown in your bill on the amounts that to be paid. Masyado daw mataas ang generation charge. Because, ang sabi daw nila, mataas daw ang presyo ng crudo sa international market as well as the weakening of the peso with the US dollar and other foreign currencies. And based on the EPIRA, the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, these costs can be passed on to the consumers. The question is, all the cost will be passed on to the consumers? Paano naman yung mga malalaking kumpanya na napakaganda po ang nilang net profits in the end of the year? But there are other questions that beg for more answers, Madam President. First, were these increases in electricity rates a result of higher fuel cost and foreign exchange variance? Were they approved by the Energy Regulatory Commission? Because parang napakahirap naman paniwalaan dahil ang alam ko, pag meron po kayong adjustment sa electricity rates, supposedly, dumadaan yan sa butas ng karayom pagdating po sa Energy Regulatory Commission. Parang wala naman akong bilang isang MSME din, operator sa Mindanao, wala din po kaming notice sa mga hearings kung naganap ba ang mga hearings na ito. Dahil dapat naman siguro, ma'am, Madam President, my dear colleagues, magkakaroon po dapat ng hearing ang mga consumers and stakeholders kung ganito kataas ang pag-increase ng electricity rates. Pangalawa, assuming that these rates were approved by the ERC, Energy Regulatory Commission, who audits these generating companies to make sure that they are declaring the right rate increases? For instance, a coal power plant in northern Mindanao, hindi ko na lang babanggitin dahil marami po doon, is charging an incremental currency exchange rate adjustment and passing it on to the consumers, Madam President. However, the sister company operates a coal mine within the country. So hindi po imported yung coal mine na yan. Yan po ay local. So kung ang coal production ay local, how can we be assured that the coal that they are using is imported, hence the rate increases on forex and expensive coal that is being imported from other countries and not coming from the coal mine within the country? Isn't it about time that, or to have the shift as well, Madam Chair, and I know you'd like this because our Madam President Pro Tem is a believer like me in renewable energy. Isn't it about time that we shift to renewable energy? No expensive fuel needed. We can use water resources, hydro, our air resources for wind turbines, and also sunlight, which is free for everyone to use. Third or fourth, Madam President, when does the wholesale electricity spot market or Westm operate in Mindanao? Matagal na po natin hinihingi po yan. Wala pa yatang Westm na umaandar sa Mindanao. And once it starts to operate in Mindanao, could it at least cushion or lessen the impact of the electricity rate increase as the distribution utilities have alternatives to buy electricity from cheaper sources? Give you an example, Madam President. We had just recently passed in 2 Congresses the More Power franchise. Initially, the power rates in Iloilo were the highest in the Visayas at 14 to 15 pesos per kilowatt hour. Now I'm happy to announce it's less than 9 pesos per kilowatt hour, 8.75 if I'm not mistaken, per kilowatt hour. Because they rely on the Westm within Mindanao, Madam President. Hinahanap po nila pinakamurang contracted price for that month para yan din po ang maibibigay nilang kuryente sa kanilang mga consumers in these areas, lowering their rates. For example, a hydropower plant, if we had Westm, Ginoong Pangulo, a hydropower plant in northern Mindanao selling electricity for 6 pesos per kilowatt hour, much lower than the 10.26 pesos that is being bought from the coal-fired power plants. So, I know that the Mindanao grid is not yet connected to the Visayas and Luzon grids, but can a Mindanao-wide setup for Westm be instituted for the meantime, immediately? That way they can choose from these low-cost generation systems. Maganda pa para sa environment, di ba po, Madam President? Ito po ay perfect fight against climate change. We should move to that shift, Wari. Ginoong Pangulo, lugmok na po ang ating mga kababayan sa kahirapan na dulot sa COVID-19, crude or fuel price increase, inflation sa kawalan ng trabaho, at dumadagdag pa po ang electricity price increases lalo na sa rural areas. Mabuti pa nga ho ang nasa service areas ng Meralco kapag may di patas na rate increase or charges sa Meralco, agad-agad nagfa-file pong petition sa korte ng iba't ibang consumer groups and sinasang-ayunan ng korte ang electricity consumers and they put a stop and a hearing to these rate increases. Pero sa ating mga kababayan, katulad namin ni Senator Coco Pimentel, Senator Bongo, Bato de la Rosa, yung mga taga-probinsya dito, lahat po kami ay ngayon po ay talagang hirap na hirap sa napakataas nating rates. Pero kung ating mga kababayan naman ay tinatanggap na lamang po nila ang ipapataw na electricity rates and increases ng mga generating companies at distribution utilities. Hook, line, and sinker. Kung hindi ko nga ito napansin, dahil full disclosure, I'm also in industrial ice production. Kaya alam mo naman, isa sa pinakamalaking expense ng industrial ice is electricity. Or else you will just like me and Senator JV have the same business. We're both in industrial ice. Alam po namin, pag walang kuryente, bottling water na lang po tayo. Tubig na lang ibebenta natin kasi wala po tayong yelo. Nung napansin ko nga, itong generation rates na ito, I beg to ask the question, what about the others? Medium enterprise. Kawawa naman po yung mga small and micro. Yung malilit po ng mga negosyante. Wala pong halos nagpa-file ng petition sa korte on behalf of electricity consumers in the rural areas. And that is the fact of life. We now have a new chairperson in the ERC who happens to be a dear friend of mine, Attorney Mona Lisa Di Malanta, who is known to me as a fair and hard-working professional. I hope she goes and looks into this as soon as possible. I know she has a lot on her plate when she assumes office. Kaya nais po natin matanong ang ERC at iba pang mga concerned agencies kung ano na ang kasagutan nila sa mga tanong natin. I think it's also time, when my speech is referred to the committee of our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, Idol Raffy, that we have a hearing and ask also our dear Secretary, Secretary Popo Lotilla, who is a good, I'd say, is also professional and a good public servant as I've experienced his public service in the past, and he knows the industry. Paano ba natin maibaba ang presyo ng kuryente given these global situations that we are facing today? Kasi hindi po kaya ng ating mga kababayan, Madam President, na ganitong klaseng electricity rates na kung gusto po natin magkaroon ng higher GDP growth rates, no industry will move here to us. They may move to other countries. Unfortunately, that has happened already because Vietnam, Malaysia, and other countries in the Southeast Asian corridor have cheaper rates than us. Remember that many companies are moving out of China for whatever reason it may be. And the foreign chambers have told me about this. Unfortunately, we are not catching the wave, and other countries are catching the wave. Not to mention our kababayans who are suffering because of these high electricity rates. How can we help our kababayans, Madam President, alleviate the situation as a result of these unabated electricity rate increases? Madam President, it has been 21 years since we passed the EPIRA. If we need to review and amend it to respond to the condition of the times, we are prepared to do so. It is now ripe for review. no less than our beloved President, had asked this in his State of the Nation address, because I know one of the campaign promises of our President when we were with him in Unity is to bring down the cost of rates, power rates. Kailangan po natin maging mas makatao at patas ang presyuhan ng kuryente para mas matulungan natin makabangon ang ating mga kababayan. I hope that we, the Senate of the people, could stand hand in hand on this issue. Maraming salamat po, Madam President.
We acknowledge and are grateful to the Senate President for delivering a timely, relevant, and comprehensive speech on electricity rates in the region where he is from. Thank you, Mr. Senate President.
Madam President,
Majority Leaders recognized.
the distinguished lady from Iloilo and the Republic of the Philippines, the chairperson of the Committee on Public Service, would like to ask some questions. I move that she be recognized. Senator Grace Poe.
Senator Grace Post recognized.
Yes. Likewise, Madam President, I'm grateful to our Senate President for bringing up this issue that is quite urgent. It is quite alarming and also very unfair that the price of electricity in Metro Manila is significantly smaller or lower than the price in the province. And in fact, the power supply in many areas in the country is also intermittent. It's not steady. They experience a lot of power outages and the service is poor. I would like to ask, Mr. President, would our Senate President, the gentleman from Bukidnon, tell us, there is in the Bayanihan, I mean in the train law, a suspension of taxes when it comes, if the price of a barrel of oil is over $80. But in this case, I don't know if there's such a provision that we can have if the price of the supply of electricity because of the world market supply has increased dramatically. If there's any provision that can give, what do you call this, consideration in the taxes being imposed on electricity. Is that something that we can explore? How much do we pay in taxes per kilowatt hour, for example?
Well, first of all, thank you for your questions, Madam Chairperson of the Public Service Committee. It was in your committee that we were able to pass a few franchises that was able to bring down considerably the rates of particular areas in the country. And I want to also, just to add to your mentioning about Metro Manila, the Meralco rate is down by 27 pesos per kilowatt hour for this month at 9 pesos and 54 centavos. Can you imagine? That's almost half. That's like half the rates of other provinces. Kaya swerte po ng ating mga kababayan dito sa Metro Manila. On the taxes, I know for a fact, Madam President, we have VAT.
Right.
VAT is being paid by our consumers. And unfortunately, pag tumataas po yung generation charge, tumataas din yung VAT na binabayaran. Because if the coal-fired power plant will say, oh, wala kami magawa, yung forex exchange napakataas, yung presyo ng coal napakataas, they'll pass it on to the consumers, double jeopardy po tayo. Because we also increased the VAT payment at 12%. Hindi mawawala yun. On the other taxes, I'm sure we have excise tax on fuel. It is also, of course, part of the mix, the energy mix, because some of the plants are fuel-based, and et cetera, et cetera. I know Senator Sherwin knows more about the breakdown on the billing to the consumers. But walang mekanismo na yun, Madam President, that we have that can mitigate that by coming up with an exemption on taxes. But also, we're also worried about the fiscal space, no?
Correct.
We also want to make sure na may pera pa rin yung gobyerno natin for social services.
Yeah, Madam President, actually there's supposedly ERC proposes to remove the 12% VAT on generation charge. I'm not sure how true this is. So I think that it is also quite important that we call for a hearing immediately to hear from the ERC and listen to the views of the DOF, if this is something that we can afford at this time. But aside from this, I would also like to ask, why is it that private companies can provide lower rates than cooperatives? I know that you mentioned the cooperatives were saying because the generation charge for them is much higher. Can you explain why this is the case?
In many cooperatives, your honors, and also full disclosure, because I used to be with a power company, I sold off my shares to Vivant Energy, but I'm no longer majority of a power plant company. But in most cases, prior to the administration of President Duterte, most of the contracts, and my dear colleague can correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Sherwin Gatchalian, were done through bilateral contracts. In other words, if you're putting up a power plant, kausapin mo yung electric cooperative, yun na yun. Basta dadaan sa ERC yun, and ERC will agree to the rates, hindi siya supposedly disadvantageous to our consumers, may hearing yan eh. Before the power rates can be approved, may hearing yan with the ERC. So pinapatawag yung ERC, pumupunta yan sa probinsya, pagpunta sa probinsya, may hearing dyan, and then the ERC will set now the price. Ito lang, you can only claim this price for this product of what you're selling, whether it's solar, wind, bunker, or coal. Yun na yun. Unfortunately po, there's fine print. And the fine print kasi, it says, the fuel charges can be passed on to the consumer. Eh, nung araw, magkano lang naman ng diesel, magkano lang naman ng bunker, magkano ng coal. Dati yan ang pinakamurang source of electricity, yung coal-fired power plant. As a matter of fact, naging antiquated na yan because people were going into RE, so nobody was anymore going back to coal. Then all of a sudden, the coal markets of Indonesia, coal markets around certain areas, they stopped sending coal, exported coal abroad for whatever reason. There's a ban on imported coal from Indonesia or importing coal from Indonesia. So nagka-supply problem, biglang tumaas ang presyo ng coal. The problem is, can't we at least come up with a percentage? Lahat ba yan ay i-absorb ng ating mga kababayan? Kasi kung lahat yan, di abot, kung taas ng taas ang presyo ng coal, di abutin po tayo ng 25 pesos per kilowatt hour. Eh. Lahat na ng negosyo magsisira na. Because at that rate, you cannot recoup if you're a business that utilizes a large portion of your cost with electricity.
Mr. President, Madam President, it came to my attention in the past, like cooperatives, as you said, get their supply from a power company and they're locked in on a certain contract for so many years.
Yes.
And that's the reason why they say they cannot compete with private companies who are just coming in now because the private companies were able to negotiate at a lower generation cost or supply. Maybe
because also, Madam President, if I may interject, they put in a CSP now, a competitive selection process. And it has to be now all the other players who have cheaper rates can now compete for a particular contract with the DU, which is a distribution utility.
So, I mean, speaking on behalf, let's say, of cooperatives, right? So they're locked in with this agreement, so they're not able to supply the same rate as what the private companies have under the CSP. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay, but, this, I believe in the sanctity of contracts. However, when the public good is affected, maybe we should start reviewing all of these contracts that they've entered into. Or, I mean, if they decide to renegotiate so that they can provide cheaper electricity, better service, I don't think anybody should be locked into a punishing agreement. And especially when the brunt is being borne by the consumers.
Actually, Madam President, our distinguished colleague is absolutely correct. That's what happened to More Power in Iloilo.
Right.
Because the previous DU had very expensive contracts, and they were saying, "Oh, but we cannot cancel these contracts. We have contracts. It's bilateral contracts." So what had happened was, under the More Power agreement that we approved here, More Power was going to give a competitive rate to the consumers. In other words, they will also provide 5 pesos cheaper per kilowatt hour. Obviously, everybody moved to More Power for that particular case. They were very lucky because in that case, Your Honors, the old electric company, it's a company, not a cooperative, the franchise expired. So
Right.
they were trying to apply for a new franchise. And so basically More Power did not take over a franchise area. They were taking over particularly an area that had a lapsed franchise or expired franchise. The franchisee who was applying again, reapplying, could not convince anybody, not even our former minority floor leader here, Senator Frank Dillon, of their good practices in Iloilo because everybody was, and that's the reason why I also have an industrial ice plant. We moved it from Iloilo to outside of Iloilo because we could not, there was no way we could make money with the rates they were charging in Iloilo City. But when we were able to grant More Power the franchise, the new franchise, they had a free hand. They had a free hand to choose cheaper electricity, and I think they're getting from the spot market, the Westm spot market in the Visayas. And they're choosing from very low cost power generation companies. And that's why they're so cheap now. They're one of the cheapest. And I give credit where credit is due. It was from your committee, and all our colleagues were able to make that decision together with the House of Representatives and their representatives. So you're absolutely correct. We have to review that because some of these contracts are 25 years, 15 years.
Yes.
So if the rates of coal continue to go up and fuel continue to go up, they're bound to that contract, unfortunately, unless we can come up with, and we have legal luminaries here like our minority floor leader, who can come up with an idea on how we can temper the rising cost of these generation
Actually,
facilities.
Mr. President, it has come to my attention just with the discussion today that almost every increase is passed on to the consumers. Like if they have to buy anything, if the price in the world market is higher, the exchange rate of the dollars is higher, that's passed on to the consumers.
That's correct.
So ever since, this has been the practice by cooperatives as well as the private companies, right? So the
Yes.
consumers bear the brunt of the increase.
But
That's
I'd
why
just like
there's
to put on record, Madam President, Madam Chairperson, also private companies have contracts. There were several private DUs that also had these contracts.
That's right, Mr. President. But what I'm saying is, it's almost no risk to the suppliers, to the providers. It's always to the consumers. So there's no excuse, for example, for cooperatives to have bad service, faulty infrastructure, because they always recoup their costs.
Yes.
And yet, that's not the case. Even in Batangas, so close to us, considering, sometimes it's been ever since the pandemic, it's become the favorite vacationing spot of those coming from Manila. They can't even supply power in most areas there for a 24-hour period.
That's true.
So what have they been doing with the money that they've been receiving?
Collecting.
They haven't been spending on improving their services or capital expenses. So I think, Mr. President, I'm glad that we have a strong committee chairman for the Committee on Energy. There are really a lot of special interest groups here that have probably not been as judicious as they should have been. And now the consumers are the ones suffering for it. We definitely have to review EPIRA. Yes, it liberalized the power sector, but then also I think we should put some safeguards. Yes. And also some, what do you call this? I guess a checklist of what they're really supposed to provide, just like in franchises when we grant them. If you're not able to provide continuous service for an X number of days, you'll be penalized or your franchise can be canceled. So these are my thoughts, Madam President, and I'd like again to thank our Senate President for bringing this very urgent measure up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Poe.
Yes, Madam President, we were just talking about the list here. Madam President, there are a lot of colleagues of ours who wanted to ask questions in this very timely, privileged speech given by our Senate President. At this juncture, Madam President, I move that we recognize our minority leader to interpellate our Senate President, Senator Coco Pimentel.
The Minority Leader, Senator Aquilino Pimentel, is recognized.
Yes, if my silingan, our Senate President, would yield to just a few clarificatory questions, because like the general public, I am pretty much not familiar with the with the complexities of how they charge our electric bills, Mr. President. With your
Yes,
permission.
I'd be honored to be interpolated by my distinguished neighbor, Silingan in Cagayan de Oro and Bukidnon. And as a matter of fact, the rates that I mentioned were in our area.
Yes,
so I
yes.
know his heart is with us when we want to get to the bottom of these high rates. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, actually, Mr. President, I randomly asked for a billing statement from the utility that you mentioned, the private utility that you mentioned. And the subject, the billed household, actually confirmed that from their billing increased by 2,000 pesos in just 1 month. So
can you
2,000.
imagine that?
Residential po ito, but I think you
Residential,
cited rates, industrial rates, di ba?
Yes.
So I'm looking at the...
Mas mahal po, actually mas mahal po ang residential rates kaysa
oo.
industry.
Ngayon, from that billing statement, I looked at the charges and then I looked at the weight. So, generation and transmission charges were revenues ang tawag nila. Generation and transmission revenues are lumped together, and this amount to around 70% of the billing. And then distribution revenues, siguro charges actually yan, charges yan, around 20%.
Yes.
So yun, and then subsidies, less than 1%. Government taxes, 9%, and the universal charges around 1%. Andun na. So from a randomly picked statement of account po ito from in Cagayan de Oro City. So siguro, if this were to hold true, ganun po yung ano. So, if we are to look for areas where we can lessen, yun na yun. So, government taxes, 9%. So,
Question.
kung gusto ng gobyerno, magbigay ng konting, anong tawag mo doon, relief from expenses po ng ating mga kababayan, we could look at government taxes at 9%. And then tignan siguro natin itong medyo may mali sa billing nito, because I've been informed by my staff that generation and transmission charges should be separated under the law. Pero in this particular billing which I am examining, lumped together, so and it's 70% of the total billing. So silipin po siguro natin yun, talagang himayin natin.
Dapat po, Madam President, that's unbundled. They have to point out what is the transmission and generation.
Yes, opo.
Separate yan.
So, and then, nagtataka lang ako, Madam President, kasi all the while, akala ko, sobra tayo sa Mindanao eh. Our generation of power, sobra sa peak demand.
Yes.
So how do you explain to the people na tataas pa ang billing nyo sobra ang aming generation of power. So anong nangyari? Tinatapon, nawawala ba yung sobrang generated power sa
I'm so
pumunta?
thankful that the good gentleman from Cagayan de Oro, my dear colleague from Northern Mindanao, asked that question, because it is the question that was raised by our good chairperson of the Committee on Public Services. Marami po kasi sa kanila na pako na sa mga kontrata. And then we have a lot of hydropower resources. But unfortunately, the contracts went to the bigger coal-fire power plants, which is now suffering from the high cost of coal prices and foreign exchange rates. So yan pong nangyayari doon. And you're absolutely correct. Paano natin sila masasabihan na meron tayong oversupply? Lalo na, I mentioned to my distinguished minority floor leader, Madam President, earlier, that it's usually in the summer months na nagmamahal ang presyo ng kuryente sa atin, sa Mindanao. Ngayon po, in the middle of the rainy season, grabing ulan dun, pero ang sobrang mahal naman ang presyo ng kuryente. So, that's why it was raised, the concern was raised to me, even with the Cagayan de Oro Chamber of Commerce, why this is happening. Although they agree, Madam President, my distinguished colleague, that a lot of it has to do with imported coal, presyo ng coal na yon, presyo ng forex natin ay napakataas. Pero and if I may be allowed to read or pass through our friends in Cagayan de Oro Chamber, they're really pushing that we have to have more options, enough options to harness renewable energy, wind, wave action, tidal wave, solar, so that we can combat the imported fuel and coal that we have to get from other countries. Yan ang tinutulak nila, which begs me to ask that question also during our committee hearing. Will the new Secretary Popolotilla, be amenable that we start focusing also on RE para it's cheaper kasi libre naman po ang tubig. Libre naman po ang init ng araw. Ang lakas ng hangin ay libre din po yan. Unfortunately, these electric companies can no longer contract kasi oversubscribed na po sila. Sobra-sobra pa yung subscription nila. Alam ni Ginoong Gatchalian po yan, na marami po, nag-hearing po kami dyan. And yung problema, oversubscribed na sila with, let's say for example, a particular electric cooperative only needs 15 megawatts. Ang subscription nila, abot ng 18 megawatts to 20. In other words, the consumer is paying 20 megawatts. And yet, very expensive ang generation nito. Na oversubscribed nila. They were, nakapako na po sila. They came up with contracts that they cannot unbundle themselves from. And as a lawyer, you know that that's very important. So we have to figure that out, Your Honors, Madam President, my distinguished minority floor leader, how we can help them, because ganun na lang, we'll just lay back and take it like it is. Hindi naman pwede siguro.
Kaya nga, I wanted to interpolate after the interpolation of the former chairman of our Committee on Energy.
Maybe he can join us, Your Honor.
He could, provide us with
information.
Insights also on why is this happening. So yung example po ba ng ating Senate President is that electric co-op has a certain jurisdiction. You say 15 megawatts po ang actual demand, and then the electric co-op has contracted for 18 megawatts.
Sobra na.
Which it has to pay, and then siyempre subdivide the cost with its subscribers. Ganun po ba yun? So
okay lang po yan.
Maybe we can take a look at, siguro I think there are only 100 electric co-ops, if I'm not mistaken, a little over 100.
115,
So
I think.
Siguro pwedeng pagtiyagan, isa-isahin po natin at then the actual demand, then the contracted capacity, then the length, and then we can interview each one why. Kung masyadong malayo po yung contracted capacity sa actual demand, and then they're letting now their subscribers pay for it, tanongin natin isa-isa, kailangan siguro pagtiyagaan na po ito kasi we do not know Hindi natin alam. So, if I'm not mistaken, if more than 100, pwede natin pagtiyagaan po ito. Tanongin isa-isa.
Yes.
I hope the Senate President and my colleagues, especially the new chairman of the Committee on Energy, is amenable to this idea. Mr. President,
Yes, no, we totally agree. We should review these rates and also give them opportunities to contract elsewhere. Kasi yung kamay po nila nakatali eh. Maybe, and I don't know if my distinguished colleague Senator Gatchalian will join us in the conversation. Pwede ba kaya na we give them, if we amend the IPIRA, that okay, the contract is sacred, andyan yung contract. But due to the fact that they're high electricity rates, can we scale down their delivery and open yourself up to the Westm? We can get now direct Agus or Pulangi hydropower plant or other like Headcore, which is also hydropower, and contract with them para mas mababa. So in other words, hindi mo naman tina-terminate totally yung kontrata kasi kawawa din naman yung mga kumpanya yun. They built the plant with the idea that they have to have it contracted out. The banks will not lend you money kasi kung walang what you call PSA or power supply agreements. So chicken or the egg scenario yan for the developer. So what we can do is maybe there's an allowable amount. Pag sumobra ng presyo ng kuryente na galing, for example, coal fire, can we scale down your delivery? Let's say you're supposed to deliver 10 megawatts to the electric cooperative. Baka pwede 5 na muna. And then, 5, tuloy-tuloy pa rin, pero 5. And then you can get from RE the equivalent 5 megawatts or a cheaper generation product of generation facilities. So, that way, ang sabi nga nila sa akin, I spoke to the GMs, kausap ko ng GM, sabi niya, boss, anong tawag dyan? Nakaposas na kami, nakatali na po kami sa mga rates ng ginawa ng previous board of directors. Kasi alam mo naman, electric cooperative, board of directors, every 2 years, pinapalit yan eh. So, these were 25-year contracts. They've been running for 10 years. They have 15 years to go. Hindi na po nila magalaw, natatakot sila, baka ma-ombudsman sila, matanggal sila sa pwesto, mapailan sila na kaso if they get elsewhere. So maybe we can look into that on how we can give them relief from that particular process.
And then, Mr. President, Madam President, and these contracts, they say that they underwent CSP?
The new contracts.
So
Not
how,
the old.
but
The
yeah,
old wala.
Okay, the old ones that they're complaining about. What is the quality of the new contracts? Kumusta naman ang new contracts? Do we have feedback on the new contracts?
That I have to ask.
Yun na nga. I mean,
cannot guess.
anticipate.
I cannot guess.
Kasi kung Mr. President, kung umulit din, so that means CSP did not work. Kung umulit din. And then, the board, apparently, the boards apparently do not represent, they're supposed to come from the consumers, if I'm not mistaken.
Opo.
So, they are supposed to, tama po ba yun? I'm looking at our former chair, but di ba, from the consumers, they're supposed to elect the members of the board to protect their best interests. So,
That is correct, sir.
so
But 10 years ago, in fairness to them, Your Honors, Madam President, in fairness to them, 10 years ago, it was 4 pesos per kilowatt hour for coal generation. So napakababa. At lugi yung RE nun. Mas mahal yung RE nun. Pero this situation na pumalo nga yung coal at we don't see any, actually, Your Honors, we don't see any respite from these high prices of coal kasi bawal na yung Indonesia, pinagbawalan na yung export ng coal.
nila.
Pangalawa, Russia, you can no longer buy from Russia because obviously we will be sanctioned. Pangatlo, I believe countries in Europe, because of the gas blockage from Russia, will now be operating again, once again, their coal-fired power plants, Germany in particular. So bubuhayin na naman nila yung coal-fired power plant kasi wala po silang gas pipeline from Russia. So it's a geopolitical fight. But I don't see any respite from the pricing of coal in the near future. Kaya dapat siguro pagtulungan natin to, pag-usapan natin kasi kawawa naman ang consumer sa Davao, 18 pesos yung bukid na 18 pesos. Pag tumaas pa yan ng 20 pesos, marami mag-shutdown dyan. Mga mall, hirap na hirap. Mga mini mall. Mga manufacturing plants. Kaya wala masyadong manufacturing. It's all near Metro Manila in the Meralco service area. Kawawa naman yung sa probinsya.
In the case that you mentioned, Your Honor, Mr. President, January 10 pesos, 62 centavos, then July 14,
Yes.
9 pesos 19 centavos, and then every month nag-i-increase. I thought that every increase should be approved by the ERC. So does this mean that for that particular utility, distribution utility, it already secured a prior approval from the ERC for a monthly increase? Ganun po ba yung nangyari rito?
That's the question I beg to ask as well to the
Yun na,
ERC.
yun
Kasi under some contracts, I'm familiar with some of the other contracts, may allowable rate increase. May adjustments sa forex, cost of fuel or coal, but there's only an allowable amount. In this case, it's 33.5%, an increase in 5 months, 6 months.
In 6 months, yeah.
So ba't pumayag ang ERC? There has to, unfortunately, as I said in my speech, Your Honor, my dear colleague and Madam President, walang nagko-complain. Ngayon lang, itong ating mga kaibigan sa Oro Chamber, because I called them.
Yes.
I called up our friend, Robert Pizarro, and I said, Dear Robert, we have to do something about this because all the manufacturing industries and MSMEs will suffer. So, unfortunately, we take it hook, line, and sinker. Wala nagko-complain. Unlike Metro Manila, may increase ng konti, di ba? May consumer group, bumabanat. Pero wala sa probinsya.
And then, Madam President, I heard the Senate President read part of the statement of the Oro Chamber. But pero yung proposals po nila show that they're willing to wait. Parang the benefits of those ideas or proposals are long term, di ba? So ang tanong kasi natin yan, how do we give immediate relief to our consumers, lalo na yung residential consumers po natin. So, when I heard the SONA of President Marcos and he mentioned his 19 priority legislative measures, isa dun amendments to the IPIRA. But then, kulang pa sa detalye, but I'm really for amending the IPIRA, but amending it, to give relief to our consumers. And the minority is eagerly awaiting the details. Ano na ba? Is there a draft already, Mr. President?
No, unfortunately, I do not have with me a draft of the measure. We'll have to await. During our LEDAC, we will have a LEDAC very soon. I can ask the same question to the LEDAC members, particularly Secretary Popolutilla. Maybe we can, if our good colleague, the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and the Republic, Senator Idol Rafi Tulfo, can call a hearing in the next couple of weeks, we can ask that question to Secretary Lutilla if they have a draft
Sige
on
po.
how we can bring down the rates.
Basta kami sa minority, madali naman kami mag-usap na ni Senator Risa, magkape lang kami, minority caucus na yun eh. So, basta sa last caucus namin, basta this amendment to the IPIRA, we're open to this basta for the good of the people, immediate, and then may long term of course, but sana may immediate relief then which can be felt by our people. Kasi when you talk about inflation, kasama ito eh.
Yes.
Yeah, di ba?
Yes.
Kasama na po ito because I think that's part of the basket of goods. When you compute inflation, the power rates that the household pays, kasama yun eh. So yun po yun. And then, siguro last idea, Madam President, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chairman, our former chairman, electric co-ops are supposed to be non-profit, di ba? So hindi dapat pinagkakakitaan actually ang cash flow ng kanilang members or subscribers, di ba? So board of directors dapat representative of the consumers. So to take trustees, dapat trustees po ba ang tama? Dapat trustees na yata ang tawag sa kanila. No? So to look for the welfare of the consumers. So apparently the entire concept is not working. We can say it's not working. So and then the law governing electric co-ops is not the IPIRA. Ibang law pa rin yata yan, if I'm not mistaken. So tignan na rin po natin yun kasi apparently it's not working. May siguro, I don't know kung overhaul ang kailangan or tweaking of the concept. Pero ganun yung overall concept, if I'm not mistaken, na dapat on paper gwardyado yung interest ni consumer eh. On paper. So,
Actually,
Mr.
to add to
President,
that, Madam President, I totally agree with my good friend
Di ba ibang
and
law?
colleague. Dahil, Madam President, yung electric cooperative, nagiging politika na rin eh. To be honest, no, they run in an electric cooperative. The people choose their members of the cooperative through an election. So, gumagastos din sila. Eh baka bumabawi din sila sa gastos nila dun sa consumer. Maraming ganun eh. And we've heard nightmares of electric cooperatives that have run these cooperatives very, very poorly, and the service is terrible. So, I'm not saying all. There are good cooperatives. You know, I was chairman of the Committee on Cooperatives since 2007. I've always been chairman. It's only now that I gave up the committee. But meron talagang cooperatives that give the cooperative movement a bad name. And your father was a believer in cooperatives as well, together with you as a support of the cooperative movement. Kaya siguro tingnan natin kung saan natin ma-plug itong mga failures or deficiencies ng mga kooperatiba.
it was actually my grandfather who started the cooperative movement in Cagayan de Oro City.
correct.
Yung-
That's correct.
Pero, di ba, there was a time, Mr. President, where when electric co-ops were not considered strictly as cooperatives under the code. Tama po ba yun? Or has that been remedied now, Mr.
Yes,
President?
that has been remedied na po. Because initially, the law, our cooperative code, which I perfected from your father, it stated there all those who are registered with the Cooperative Development Authority are strictly cooperatives. Those who are not registered with the CDA will not be considered as cooperatives.
Tama.
But and I fought hard for that. As a matter of fact, I suffered in 2013 because the electric cooperatives sort of like got mad at me, got angry for insisting that they must be part of the CDA. So all that is water under the bridge. But what was remedied was the House inserted a provision except for electric cooperatives. So electric cooperatives will still be considered as a cooperative. The reason why initially hindi na ilagay yan is because government still controls. It's not a cooperative per se. A real true cooperative is run by each and every individual member. Sila may control. However, in an electric cooperative, the GM is chosen by the DOE, NEA, under NEA. Even the contracting of energy has to be approved by the DOE, including the terms of reference. So hindi talaga sila free. It's a pseudo-government agency. It's under the NEA. And so maybe we have to review that. We have to look into how we can improve that, even make it more efficient.
But as of today, Mr. President, can we say that electric co-ops are governed by the cooperative code?
Under NEA.
We cannot say that. We cannot
No,
say
sir.
that. Okay.
The CDA
Okay,
has
but-
no control over them, sir. Madam
Sige,
President.
but okay,
But they run to the NEA kasi
And-
whenever they have problems, they do not run to the CDA.
Yes.
There's a few that are CDA registered, about 7,
7. Okay.
na talaga na matigas and they stayed there with the CDA, but the rest are all under NEA. Because
NEA, okay.
there was a threat before, if I can recall, that NEA said, hindi kayo kasama. Kung wala kayo sa amin, hindi ka kasama sa subsidy, yung pailaw program ng gobyerno.
Yun.
Yun.
But which makes me more worried now with the inputs coming from our Senate President. Sinabi niya, the GM is appointed by NEA. Contracts go through DOE. And it's sila ang ugat ng problema. So ang dami ng mata, ilang mata dinaanan ng mga kontrata tapos sasabihin nila, ang problema, kontrata. So something is terribly wrong, Mr. President. I agree with the Senate President for bringing this up, and I choose that one from the legislative agenda of the President of the Republic as one we should concentrate on, amendments to the IPIRA. Agree po ako nun. Medyo maraming problema as we have found out this afternoon. Actually, alam na siguro ng former chairman ng ating energy yan. Alam na niya po yan. So, thank you for the time you've given me, Mr.
And
Senate President.
I'm very excited to work with our Minority Floor Leader for pure bipartisanship on these measures. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you to the Minority Leader. The Assistant Minority Leader is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Would the good Senate President allow me to just ask for now a few follow-up questions dun sa very important points that he raised
I'll
in
be
his
honored,
privileged speech.
Mr. President.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. So, the good Senate President really focused on yung isang nagpapasakit ng ulo talaga lahat natin hanggang sa panahong ito. Actually, in the past 2 decades, yung electric rates talaga, electricity rates. So I'll just ask maybe one or a few follow-up questions about the main points raised by the good Senate President. Bilang panimulang mga hakbang papunta dun sa inaasahan ko din talaga, sabi nga ni Minority Leader, inaasahan din po namin sa minority na magiging substantive, malamang medyo matagal, wag naman masyadong matagal. Sabi nga ni Senco, ako sana may immediate relief din tayong maire-recommenda bilang Senado. So but for today, Mr. President, good Senate President, just a few follow-up questions in that direction. For one, sabi nga ng good Senate President, mataas ang generation charge. I'll return to that later because that's a secondary point for me. The main point, and I'm so glad Mr. President, the good Senate President made it, is itinampok nila ang EPIRA. That law, ipinasa ng ating Kongreso a generation ago na ang taas ng pag-asang ni-raise niyan kasi maraming pangako sa electrification ng buong bansa at sa pagpapababa ng presyo ng kuryente. Would the good Senate President agree that dito sa mga diskusyon natin sa taas ng presyo ng kuryente at ang paraan para ibaba ang presyo ng kuryente, that in fact, all roads lead to EPIRA or all roads lead back to EPIRA, Mr. President?
Absolutely, Mr. President. Unless we come up with another law in particular to attack their on electricity rates, but eventually that's an amendment to the EPIRA. So mandatory to the EPIRA law. So babalik po tayo sa EPIRA law. So I totally agree, Mr. President, to our distinguished colleague.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Noon, yung EPIRA ay para sa maraming sektor, even after a tumultuous process of passing that bill into law, para siyang nooy mother of many hopes. Pero ngayon, parang naging mother na rin of many problems. Siguro sa usapin din ng implementasyon. Halimbawa, ang Section 23 ng EPIRA was the least cost provision. So yun yung nagtakda kung papaano yung iba't ibang players sa power industry ay dapat in the end makapaghatid ng pinakamurang presyong kuryente sa mga consumers. And interesante rin para sa akin, Mr. President, good President, sa sinimulan namin sa minority na pag-review sa EPIRA, in fact, at napakadetalyadong batas nito, mayroong talagang mga rate setting na nakatakda sa EPIRA for the different providers in the energy system. Meron silang rate setting for private distribution utilities, meron din silang rate setting particular sa mga electric co-ops, and not just one kind of electric co-op, but 7 or 8 kinds ba na mga electric co-ops na may kani-kanyang detalyeng paano ang rate setting. And I'm glad, Mr. President, good Senate President, na itinampok din natin yung papel ng mga kooperatiba, electric co-op sa EPIRA at yung nagiging papel nila ngayon in the whole challenging or even problematic situation. I'm also glad, Mr. President, na binanggit ng good Senate President na sila yung ating champion ng mga kooperatiba dito sa Senado for the past many years. Kasi otherwise parang...
Kasama din po kayo
At
dyan.
kasama, ako po ay salamat.
my senior
good
vice chairman.
SP, Mr. President, ako nga po ay ikinarangal kong magsilbi bilang vice chair kay good Senate President in the past years. I'm assured by the good Senate President making those things well known to us of record again. Kasi otherwise, at certain points sa ating pag-uusap tungkol nito, pwede akong mabahala na baka naha-hot seat yung mga electric cooperatives. And so, I will count on yung assurance ni good Senate President bilang matagalang champion ng mga kooperatiba dito sa Senado, na kapag pinamunuan tayo ng good Senate President sa pag-review ng EPIRA, posibleng pag-amyenda sa kanya, posible bang pag-repeal at pagpapanganak ng Senado, ng Kongreso ng isang bagong batas pang enerhiya. Now, the Senate will continue to be fair to the electric cooperatives, Mr. President.
No, I totally agree with the position of the good lady senator. We're not here to dissolve electric cooperatives. Baka sabihin nila, ipa-privatize na natin lahat ng mga lugar. Hindi po. Ang gusto lang natin, tulungan nga natin sila. Actually, yung source ko ng ating mga information ay mga kaibigan kong electric cooperatives. Ang sabi talaga nila, boss, wala na talaga kami magagawa. Nakatali kami sa dating kontrata na wala naman kaming kamangmang dahil ito po'y 10 years old. If we are given the power under the EPIRA to unbundle this and or come up with a sort of formula where in the more expensive we can slow down in the collection of this generation and put in the cleaner, more cheaper alternatives, gusto nila. Pero wala sila magagawa at this point in time. Kaya I assure the lady senator that our amendments to the EPIRA will not cover dissolution of cooperatives because cooperatives per se, if you look at it on papers, kasabi ng ating minority floor leader, napakaganda ng adikain nila eh. Napakaganda. Talagang power from the people. They elect their members of the board from parang districts din yan eh. Districts within the electric generation area or the electric distribution area. And ang nangyayari lang minsan ay napopolitika sila at nag-aaway-away. I do not know because maybe for whatever reason. And that's what we have to strengthen the NEA for. During our time when I was chairman of the the Cooperatives Committee, together with Senator Risa as my senior vice chair, my only vice chair as a matter of fact, in that committee, we mostly tackled the CDA, issues concerning CDA. Bihira po pumupunta sa amin yung problema ng electric cooperative. Pumupunta po yan kay Senator Gatchalian. Yung mga yan. Yan ang mga barkada ni Senator Gatchalian. Although we acknowledge, when he was former chair of the Energy Committee, na yun magiging barkada na po ni Senator Tulfo po yan, Rafi Tulfo. Pero nung panahon po namin ay bihira po sila dumating sa amin. Pero pag nag-hearing po kami at kasama po sila, we give them the respect due to them. Alam po ni Madam chairperson, my vice chair, Ma'am Risa, that we also treat them within our hearts as a cooperative. Yun nga lang, yung kanilang regulatory bodies, NEA and the DOE. So sometimes we have to call for a separate hearing when we discuss these issues because CDA has no say about their day-to-day activities.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at sa good Senate President. Dagang salamat. Alam ko na ganun ang posisyon nila sa mga electric co-ops, and it was just very good to hear it again for the record dito sa ating interpellation sa kanilang privilege speech. Dahil din bukod sa NEA at saka sa DOE, yung isa pang dapat na regulatory power na inaasahan ng lahat ng stakeholders pati ng electric co-op sa implementasyon ng IPIRA at dapat sana ay tulong din sa mga electric co-ops ganapin ang kanilang tungkulin sa ilalim ng IPIRA ay yung ERC. And there has been at least, Mr. President, one Supreme Court ruling na may finding na nagkulang o nagkukulang ang ERC sa pag-exercise ng mandates nila sa ilalim ng IPIRA pati sa usapin ng pagpapatupad ng least cost provision, even vis-a-vis the electric co-op. So we'll probably talk a lot more about that, Mr. President, good Senate President, kapag nasa committee hearings na talaga at plenary debates. Mabalikan ko lang po yung isang punto na sinayit kong binanggit, Mr. President, ng good Senate President, na mataas ang generation charge and yung pagtalakay nila ng iba't iba pang problema down the line sa buong process ng energy generation, distribution, all the way hanggat makarating sa consumers. Pwede bang i-contemplate, Mr. President, ng good Senate President, na kapag ni-review natin ang APIRA, we would require stronger rules against cross-ownership, Mr. President?
Actually, during the discussions of IPIRA, when I was a member of the House of Representatives, I was one of those who believed that there should not be cross-ownership para sa ganun ay patas talaga ang labanan. Because kung ikaw ay may-ari ng generation facility, tapos ikaw din ang may-ari ng DU, siyempre gusto mo palagi mataas ang benta para mataas din ang kita. So, tama po yan, para at least yung distribution utility is free to choose the cheapest rates in terms of generation charges.
Salamat po, Mr. President, and I do agree with good Senate President. In fact, itong issue ng cross-ownership siguro isa sa pinaka-major na basehan ng pagtagumpay sana ng IPIRA, pero yung hindi niya pagtatagumpay ngayon. And I think something na kailangan tignan talaga ng Senado moving forward. Mr. President, binanggit din po ni good Senate President yung tanong natin na who audits. So again, tama din yung sinabi ni good Senate President kanina, yung ERC talaga kailangang mag-step up, kailangang maging totoong regulator ng power sector, whether vis-a-vis yung mga electric co-ops o yung iba pang mga players. Last question for today, Mr. President, good Senate President. Binanggit po ni Senate President yung Westm, yung Wholesale Electricity Spot Market, at yung wish nga nila na pumapel din, gumanap ng papel din itong Westm sa buong bansa natin hanggang sa Mindanao. Is the good Senate President also aware, however, na may mga obserbasyon po na only 10 to 14%, depende kung aling taon ang tinitignan natin, only 10 to 14% ng kuryente na binibili at saka ibinibenta ay galing ay ibinebenta at binibili sa Westm, na karamihan daw ng mga kuryente na nakukuha ng mga distribution utilities at pinapass on nga sa atin, mga electricity consumers, galing sa mga bilateral contracts dyan sa generation companies.
Tama
na
po kayo dyan.
Napakaliit po.
Tama po kayo dyan. Alam mo yung Westm po, bumaba na rin yung presyo ng Westm because napakaraming kumpanyang generation facilities. Dahil wala na po silang mahal na kontrata, they're forced to sell low on the Westm. So kung dati nagbebenta sila ng may contracted price sila na, for example, 6 pesos per kilowatt hour, dahil natigil na po yung mga kontrata nila, pero nandiyan pa rin yung planta nila, binibenta nila ng mura sa Westm para bibilin po ng consumer DUs. So talaga napakababa ng presyo dyan. So we should encourage that because that's where the fight could be. Even RE generators. I mean, if you put up solar power plants now, it's much more cheaper. Dati kasi 2 million per megawatt. Ngayon po, $600,000. Dati $2 million. Ngayon $600,000 na lamang ang per kilowatt. So, per megawatt. So, if you build a 10 megawatt facility, and then ibenta mo ng mura, let's say, 350, kita pa rin sila. 3 pesos 50, 4 pesos per kilowatt hour. And they can compete na. Bakit ka ba bibili sa 10 pesos generation charge? Doon ka na lang sa 4 pesos. Malinis pa. And I'm not talking about just that. Hydropower, for example, yung feed-in tariff is 560. So that is still half the price of coal fire, which can be sold in the Westm. That's why I agree with the lady senator. Let's encourage the Westm, not only in Luzon. Ang problema po natin, Ginoong Pangulo, Madam Deputy Minority Floor Leader, ma'am, is wala po tayong Westm sa Mindanao. Hindi pa nila ini-interconnect. Hindi ko po alam bakit. Matagal na po namin hiningi yan kay Secretary Cusi. Palagi po nangangako siya sa susunod na buwan, sa susunod na buwan, sa susunod na buwan. Hanggang nawala na po yung kanilang termino, kanilang administration. I'm hoping that the good Secretary Popo Lotilla, who during the hearing can give us a definitive answer on Westm. Kasi ang malaga din po sa Westm, yung Transco. Yung Transco interconnection. Because importante dyan, yung hydro plant sa Lanao del Norte, yung Agus, at yung Bukidnon ay connected din sa Davao. Kasi kung hindi, walang connection yun, paano siya bibili yung taga Davao dun sa aming hydro sa atin sa North Mindanao? So, their excuse always is the interconnection between Transco. But we can pressure them to give us a definitive date, di ba? Para we can follow up pag wala pa in 1 year's time, pag budget hearing, tanungin natin sila. Bakit wala pa itong Westm na ito, na Mindanao Westm? Bakit hindi pa connected ang Mindanao at Visayas? Yung Visayas at Luzon. We should have been connected 10 years ago, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao. A hydropower plant in Mindanao should be able to sell their power in Metro Manila. Pero wala. Kaya nangyayari na yan, tama sinabi po na ating Ginoong Minority Floor Leader, we have supply of power, pero nakatali nga yung DU dun sa mga kontrata. Hindi nila matap yung murang kuryente. Wala din tayong Westm dahil, for example, ako, meron akong ice plant, gusto kong bumili ng mura, gusto kong bumili sa renewable energy power plant. Dahil walang interconnection, hindi ako makabili. Doon pa rin ako sa DU na napakamahal. Magdudusa ako, wala kami magawa. Kaya tama po yan, ma'am. I think we have to look into that point.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President, at sa good Senate President. Dagang salamat for discussing with me on some of these follow-up questions. Gaya ng sinabi ni Minority Leader, naglulook forward po talaga ako at kami sa patuloy na diskusyon para singilin ang mga pangako ng EPIRA at mag-reshape o mag-shape ng bagong batas na magde-deliver talaga ng dekalidad at murang kuryente sa ating mga kababayan, na kasama po doon itinataguyod yung papel ng mga electric cooperatives at pinalalaki yung share ng renewable energy sa ating energy mix. Salamat, Mr. President. Dagan salamat, SP.
Maraming salamat po to our distinguished colleague from
the Chair,
Panay and the Philippines.
With the leadership of the Senate President, I believe that we will prioritize the amendment of the PIRA. The Chair agrees that the promise of PIRA was to lower the electricity rates to encourage competition by privatizing Napocor power plants. Ang nangyari po ay yung privatization lang ang nangyari. So we believe that with the leadership of Senate President, we will prioritize the amendment. Majority Leader.
Ginoong Pangulo, salamat.
Yes, Mr. President, we have several colleagues of ours who wanted to ask questions. At this juncture, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Isabela, Senator Raffy Tulfo.
The gentleman from Isabela, Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Senate President, thank you for your astute observation in the situation of our energy industry. When it was known by many that I was given the chairmanship of energy, I was inundated by complaints from many consumers of different electric companies from different provinces. I'm talking about not only by the hundreds, but by the thousands. And what are those complaints? Mostly the brownouts. But of course, the issue of lowering electric rates is very important, and I have to tackle that later on. But for now, it's about the brownouts. This has been lingering for a long time. In some provinces, it has been a decade-long problem that hasn't been addressed, and I don't know why. I don't know what the government agencies that regulate these electric companies are doing. Natutulog ba sila sa kangkungan? Nagtatanga-tangahan ba sila o talagang tanga sila? I'm sorry for the word. But nakakapiko na po talaga because when I was still a broadcaster doing this public service show, Wanted sa radyo, day in and day out, I received complaints from regular consumers na yung bang palaging brown out, na piperwisyo na po yung kanilang mga appliances, nasisira po yung kanilang mga refrigerator, meron pa dyan, meron siyang maliit na negosyo, piso net, nagkakabigiba-giba na dahil patay sindi yung kanilang ilaw, and then meron dyan yung kanilang mga anak, gusto mag-aral sa gabi, hindi nakapag-aral dahil kailangan bumili ng kandila, sometimes walang mabibiling kandila, so they use their cellphone para mailawan yung pag-aaral ng kanilang mga bata. That should not happen anymore. And adding insult to injury, palagi na nga po nagba-brownout, there are some electric cooperatives na meron pong kapal na mukha na maniningil pa po ng mahal at nagbabanta pa kapag hindi nagbayad ng mahal na singil nila, puputulan po sila ng kuryente. And another insult to the consumers, there are some electric companies like Omerco, what's the name of that company? Sa Ormeco, sa may Mindoro, hindi na po sila kapagbigay ng maayos na serbisyo sa kanilang bibigay ng kuryente. Megana pa po silang humingi ng salary increase. When I say salary increase, I'm not talking about cents and pesos. I'm talking about hundreds of pesos. From 70,000, humingi silang increase, gawin silang 150,000 a month. Hindi ba kakapalan ng mukha yan? And isa pa, hindi na po silang kapag-serbisyo dahil nagka-COVID for the past 2 years. And then come December, then humingi po sila ng bonus. 200% bonus. Napagbigyan. Ang tanong, anong ginagawa ng ERC, ng National Electrification Agency, na siya mga nag-regulate, nag-monitor nitong mga electric cooperative? What are they doing? Why they have approved these increases? Dahil ba sila ay talagang tamad lang? O dahil ba sila ay kaibigan nito mga electric companies? I'm sorry, the good lady Senator Risa Ontiveros here said na kailangan natin tulungan itong mga electric cooperative. And I agree, so that they can give us quality service. I really agree. Pero bago natin sila tulungan, bago sila tulungan ng gobyerno, tulungan muna nila ang mga naghihikaos nating mga consumer. I think that is my stand. Because right now, all over the country, I'm talking about by the dozens of electric cooperatives, are remiss of giving quality service sa kanilang mga consumer at palagi na lang pong brown out. And when it comes to monitoring, I wonder anong ginagawa po ng mga government agencies na sana sila nag-regulate. I don't know what they've been doing at approve po sila ng approve. That's why isa po sa mga gagawin ko is kapag nag-renew po ng kanilang mga prangkisa, ito mga electric companies, cooperatives, there has to be a technical review because that has been struck down. Before, nireview po yan ng NEA bago maipasa po sa Kongreso, sa lower house and upper house. Now, wala na po. All or any of the electric companies that would like to have a franchise, all they need to do is just submit to Congress yung kanilang willingness na magkaroon ng electric company, papakita lang na meron silang pera, capable sila na put up a electric company, and then they have a legal technicality know-how. Pero, ito po, hindi po kasama sa requirement na itong mga electric company na nag-apply, they should have technical know-how. Because some of them, they don't know what they're doing. Basta andar lang sila ng andar, singil ng singil, tama na. Okay. Now, first and foremost, that has to be addressed, Mr. President. I really understand na kailangan mapababa po natin ang presyo ng kuryente, pero for me, talagang yung brownout has to be addressed because even while we speak, tuloy-tuloy pa rin po pumapasok yung mga complaints sa aking radio program by the thousands na sabi ko kanina earlier, and the complaints are mostly brownout. They didn't say na mahal ang singil na kuryente, ayaw na namin dahil pagkamahal-mahal. No, they didn't say that. What they've been saying is, walang problema kung magbabayad kami ng mahal as long as they deliver. Yun po yung, Mr. President, ang nakakainsulto na panahon na para mabigyan natin ng aksyon. Now, doon naman po sa sinasabi ninyo na kailangan babaan po yung electricity rates. Of course, that is very, very important. I think yung ating mga agencies, government agencies tulad ng ERC, NEA, kailangan po siguro reviewin po yung mga contract. Bakit po sila approve na lang ng increase? Justifiable ho ba yung mga increase na ni-request nito mga kooperatiba? Nadi-justify ba? O baka naman, ito mga, I'm sorry, mga taga-ERC at NEA, siguro nakapikit kayo nung inaaprubahan nyo yung request ng rate increase. Now, I think it's about time na kailangan ma-review po ang performance nitong mga kooperatiba, what have been they doing, what are they doing, and what has been done para ma-address yung mga problema, especially sa brownout. Kasi before we talk about them increasing, asking for increase, 18 pesos, may 19 pesos, dapat ma-address nila muna ang problema sa brownout. Mabalik po tayo dun sa, Mr. President, dun po sa Mindoro. Humingi po ng 900 million pesos subsidy ang kooperatiba from the national government. 900,000 pesos na manggagaling po sa gobyerno at yung pera ibibigay sa kanilang gobyerno manggagaling po sa consumer. So before na mabigyan sana yan sila ng ganong klaseng increase, maaprubahan. Pero while I am the committee chairman on energy, haharangin ko po yan. Walang increase na may bibigay o walang subsidy na may bibigay na by the millions, even by the billions sa mga kooperatiba nang hindi po sila talagang nagigisa muna and they have to justify kung talagang karapat-dapat na sila mabigyan ng increase. Now, Mr. President, Mr. Senate President, bilang pagtugon po sa inyo pong privilege speech, this is what I'm going to do. In support of your privilege speech, I have passed just this morning a resolution to investigate the electric cooperatives that pass on the costs to the consumers. I will make sure to hold liable all those in our government that approve without prior proper study to how it affects the consumers of electricity. I will schedule at the soonest possible time the hearing of this investigation in aid of legislation to make sure the Senate as a body addresses the need of the people. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Senate President.
Ginoong Pangulo, napapasalamat po ako sa Chairman ng Committee on Energy sa aksyon na gagawin niya tungkol dito sa usapin pagbaba ng presyo ng kuryente and to give efficient service to the people all over the country, lalo na pagpigil nitong blackouts and brownouts. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tulfo. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, I just can't help but also comment on the importance of having an effective regulator, which is the Energy Regulation Commission. No? And I think we really need to do something about it. Obviously, I just feel uncomfortable hearing what is happening, for example, in my region, in the province of Nueva Ecija, wherein they doubled the rates of electricity. And I was told, Mr. President, that some rice mills have already closed down. Because you can just imagine if you are dependent on electricity. So this is a big concern. Anyway, Mr. President,
Before we recognize the next interpolator, just to add also, Ginoong Pangulo, sa sinabi ni Chairman, our dear Chairman of the Committee on Energy, Senator Raffy Tulfo, remember that a franchise is not a right. It is a privilege given to an entity, like an electric cooperative or a company, to run that service. Pag nakita po natin na hindi maganda ang serbisyo na ibinigay ng kumpanya na yan or electric co-op na yan, pwede pong bawiin yan. Because under the creation of the granting of a franchise, it is not a right, it is a privilege. So, ang tinitignan natin, yung overlying theme ay natutulungan ba nila yung tao, ng kahirapan ng tao, nagagampanan ba nila ang kanilang tungkulin bilang isang electric company or cooperative. Kaya nga nung vinito po yung, with due respect, na veto po yung Davao Power and Light, alam po ni Senator Bato na merong mga lugar doon, at alam ko din po kasi taga Mindanao po ako, na remiss ang electric cooperative, napakamahal. Where in the city, I think it is 9 pesos or 8 pesos. Sa labas po ng service area na yun ay 14 o 15 na. In a matter of 5 minutes, paglabas mo, 15 pesos na kaagad ang increase ng kuryente. Kaya, yung mga iba't ibang mga bayan at syudad sa labas ng Davao City, hindi umaasenso. Yung Samal Island City, napakaganda. We all know Samal is a beautiful place. Pero bakit nakalukluk pa sila sa kahirapan? Di po umaasenso ang Samal. Dahil nga, double ang price ng kuryente sa Samal, and you just go with the Roro across to Davao City, napakamura. Kaya sabi ko nga, even the electric cooperatives, when they apply for their franchise, kasi hindi na po automatic ang renewal ng franchise ng kooperatiba. They were given, under the amendment to the EPIRA, they were given a 15-year leeway. But after that 15 years, malapit na, ang iba, malapit na mag-expire the next few years. They will have to go back to Congress. It is not automatic that they will be renewed. Sabihin ng congressman doon na, sama ng trabaho nyo doon. Hindi ako papayag. Hindi papasok si private corporation, private company, or another entity. That's why they have to improve their services. And we're not saying that all of them are bad, per se. There are some good ones, but they have to convince their consumers, their representatives, na maganda ang serbisyo nila. Kasi kung hindi, tepok po ang kanilang prangkisa. Pagdating nila dito, hindi sila bibigyan yan sa iba. Di ba po? So, I'm glad that Senator Raffy Tulfo pointed that out. And I'm just saying, as former chairman of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, having a franchise is not a right, it is a privilege given by government. Thank you po.
Thank
Majority
you.
Leader.
Mr. President, at this juncture, move that we recognize Senator Pia Cayetano as next interpellator, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the Senate President, can I ask a few questions and also share some of my ideas on the matter?
I would be honored, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to commend our Senate President for bringing up a very important matter. I'd like to also share, because as His Honor had presented data on in his area, in his hometown, in Bukidnon, Cagayan de Oro, I also took it upon myself to just message some close friends in Dipolog, Zamboanga del Norte. And sa residential rate, one of my friends said that just in the last few months, it was a 30 to 40% increase. And then another friend who is a businesswoman gave me some data. In July 2020, it was 6.87 pesos. In July 2021, 7.90 pesos. And in July 2022, 11.9, almost 12 pesos. So almost double, Your Honor. And we're talking about small businessmen. I know our Senate President is a champion of the small and medium businesses. So this is what they have to deal with. But I'd also like to commend our new chairperson of the Committee on Energy, because from my personal experience, and maybe it's just the more obvious concern, when I would go to the provinces, and Dipolog is one of my favorite places, what I noticed was the brownouts. So not to say that the power rates are not as important as I'm sure it is, pero obvious, no? As a visitor, pansin ko na walang kuryente 4 na oras. And in my mind, I was like, I'm also a small business owner. I'm like, paano to, di ba? How do you operate your business when you don't even know? Buti pa nga, I feel so privileged na minsan pag mawawalan ng tubig sa atin, di ba, in Metro Manila, we're so demanding na, ba't hindi nyo sinabi na meron palang power outage, may ganun. Pero in the provinces I visited, Mr. President, dear colleagues, well, siguro hindi na kailangan mag-announce kasi parang regular na pala yung mga 4-hour brownouts. So I really feel bad about that. So I feel that we must take this both into consideration because this is where I come in as your chairperson of the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovations and Futures Thinking. SDG 7 is to ensure access to affordable, that's what we talked about, reliable, o yun na nga yung rates, sustainable, and that's where our Senate President Pro Temp and a number of our colleagues are advocates of sustainable and modern energy for all. So all of these things, if I may ask our dear chairman of the Committee on Energy and everyone who has a concern on this, we should think of all of those together: affordable, reliable, and sustainable. Now, just very quickly, Madam President, no, and then I'll just ask our Senate President to make any comments after, so to expedite this process, because I'm sure there are others who will still interpolate. I just grabbed a random, I don't even know the title. I told my staff, don't even tell me the name of the franchisee here. So in a typical franchise agreement, there is a provision that says, may I ask the good-looking gentleman beside me to move his conversation only because I am thinking while I'm delivering my speech. So biglang yung utak ko napunta dun sa pinag-uusapan nila. I'm sorry to interrupt. And they were speaking in a very low tone, ano? Pero yung utak ko na-distract ng konti. Pasensya na po. Anyway, so I'm looking at the franchise agreement, Your Honors, and I'm looking for the relevant provision here. It says here on the responsibility to the public. So ito po ay isang franchise agreement para sa mga nakikinig sa atin. Pag binigyan ng franchise itong mga nagdi-distribute ng kuryente, may nakasulat na ganito: the grantee shall charge reasonable and just power rates for its services to all types of consumer within their franchise area. So ang tanong nga is, paano kung hindi reasonable and just yung power rates? Nabanggit na, so hindi ko napapahabain na yun nga, meron talagang karapatan na tanggalin yung prangkisa na yun. It is a privilege nga po, it is not a right. So on that note, it should be incumbent, all of us should feel that it is part of our responsibility. Dahil tayo ang nagbigay ng mga franchise na yan, whether it was during our term or in previous terms, to review these franchises kung hindi naman nila nadi-deliver. And there are government agencies who are also tasked with that. The other thing I just wanted to quickly point out, Your Honor, is that how do we look at these franchises in terms of pag sinabing binding contract yan, binigyan mo kami ng franchise nga. Well, number one, sinabi na natin na it is just a privilege. But if we will look at this franchise as a special kind of contract, in the case of Opposa versus Factoran, timely because Ana Opposa, the daughter of the plaintiff here, Tony Opposa, in this landmark case, Opposa versus Factoran in 1993, sinabi talaga dito na meron talagang responsibility ang government at meron siyang karapatan na i-review and if necessary, ibahin or i-revoke yung contract na yun. I'm just paraphrasing, Your Honor, but this is a Supreme Court case. It can be researched. I'm just spreading it into the record na yan ang nakasulat dyan. Sabi dito, in ABS CBN Corporation versus NTC. A franchise is defined to be a special privilege to do certain things conferred by government on an individual or corporation and which does not belong to citizens generally or common right. So hindi nga siya common right. Binibigay lang siya as a privilege. Paulit-ulit yan dito sa mga discussions ng franchises. And again, under Opposa versus Factoran, this is an exception to the non-impairment clause in the Constitution. To be clear, the Constitution declares the principle of non-impairment of contracts. Pero this is considered an exception, Your Honor. I would like to just spread that into the record kasi nakikinig sa atin mga law students, mga business major, mga small business owners, katulad nga po ng advocacy ng ating Senate President. And so there are always exceptions to the rules, and these are some of those exceptions. Sabi pa dito, in the same case of Opposa versus Factoran, property rights and contract rights are not absolute. So ibig sabihin, there are circumstances na pwedeng balikan to, and pag napatunayan nga na may abuso o may hindi magandang hindi naaayon sa napag-usapan sa kontrata, pwedeng buwagin ang kontrata. This is very important. In short, the non-impairment clause must yield to the police power of the state. You have often heard me speak of that, Your Honors, when I defend health, no? So when we talk about vaccination, bakit tayo nagpapabakuna? Because public health requires magpabakuna tayo. It's another discussion, but I'm just giving it as an example to enlighten this discussion. And then in Surigao del Norte Electric Cooperatives, Inc. versus Energy Regulatory Commission, ERC, the Supreme Court ruled, it is beyond cavil that the state, in the exercise of police power, can regulate the rates imposed by a public utility such as Sorneco. When private property is used for a public purpose and is affected with public interest, it ceases to be juris privati only and becomes subject to regulation. So, I have a few more cases here, Your Honor, but I think the point is made very clear, no? We in Congress have the power to regulate, and as we have also discussed in many cases, in many bills that we took up, we also have the power to delegate, no? And when we delegate, as long as it is properly delegated to the proper agencies, then they also have the right now to impose and to ensure that the requirements that were set are followed, Your Honor. So mabalik tayo, yung sinabi ko early on, just and what was that? Reasonable and just power rates. So, Your Honor, that's it. I just wanted to share that. Whatever comments you have, but I think that it is vital that you brought this up, and I support His Honor's privileged speech, and for us to all learn about it and also be educated. I do not pretend to be an expert on this, Your Honor.
No, I thank the lady senator from Taguig and Pateros, Ginoong Pangulo, for bringing this up because she's absolutely correct. We've had similar cases already here. When we talk about the franchise being a right, not a privilege, I recall during the discussions of more power in Iloilo, I remember that the expired was it? PECO was the electric company at the time. When they went to see me, they were adamant in saying na, we've been here for 100 years. Sabi niya, we've been running the electric cooperative for 100 years, and it is our right to do so. And I had to correct him.
Correct, Your Honor.
And I'd say, I'm sorry, but that is not a right. It is a privilege. That's why there is a term limit on the franchise of 25 years because you have to go back to Congress, present your credentials once again, present how you had performed in the last 25 years. And if we see it not fit to give you the franchise, then you shall not receive the franchise. Medyo he was piqued and he was upset. And he was using my filial ties, my family ties, kasi mga kaibigan daw ng lolo ko, at ano, sabi ko, wala sa
Yung mga
akin.
ninuno nyo, Your Honor, of
Mga
100 years.
Na kaibigan daw
Binuhay
ng
pa
lolo
niya.
nila. Kaibigan, mga lolo ko, kaibigan ng lolo nila. Sabi ko, wala po akong pakialam dyan. Ang importante ay maganda ba ang nabigay nyo na servicio? Was it a good,
Yes.
did you give the proper service to the people? And obviously the clamor from all the chambers at that time, all the councilors, all the board members, all the congressmen, including our distinguished minority floor leader, who usually fights for certain rights, no? He's a believer of rights, of human rights, basic human rights, told me na, talagang masama ang serbisyo dyan, Migs. Kailangan na natin palitan ng bago. So yun, our quandary, I think now, is that some of these electric cooperatives and electric companies that are charging these high rates, and if they're inefficient in their service area, or the services to a particular area, still have a period of about 6, 7, 8 years. So the question there is how to police them at this
Yes,
point
Your Honor.
in time without having to file a repeal of their franchise. You can, technically, you can repeal
Of course.
amendment to the law, repealing, shortening their particular, I guess, term. But, so these are the questions that we have to ask during our hearing. Do we really need to
Go
go
to that extreme.
And cancel their contracts and put in a different entity to run the whole show? Could we just let the NEA step in, including the ERC, to be able to come up with an order and I guess, better rates for that particular service area? So these are questions that we need to ask in a particular committee hearing. I do not have the answers to that.
Yes,
What
Your
is important at the end of the day, wala na ngang kuryente. Ang mahal-mahal pa ng singil. Buti sana kung mura. Buti sana kung 9 pesos per kilowatt hour, brown out. Pero 18 pesos per kilowatt hour, brown out
pa rin.
Oh, brown out pa rin. Ang mahal na, wala pang kuryente. So, kawawa naman po yung consumer natin pagka ganun. So, at least we are all in tune in this Congress, in this 19th Congress, that we really have to find a way to lower our power rates. If we do want to share the vision of our president of a 6.8% to 9% GDP growth rate by the end of his term, we have to fix our power rates. We have to lower. Kailangan pababaan talaga natin yung power rates natin. It has to be also reliable na hindi po panay brownout.
Mr. President, thank you very much to the Senate President. May I also just raise a point of clarification, but I noticed our chairman of the Committee on Energy must have just stepped out. I just want, maybe he can inform us later on, the organizational meeting that was set, if it will include already a briefing. Or, because it depends on us, we leave that up to the chairman, no, kung ano yung style nila. Minsan organizational lang and wala namang substantive. But we'd like to know if this will include the briefing so that we can make the, we would like to attend if the briefings will already be started. Thank you, Mr. President and Majority Floor Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam President.
We were told that the meeting will be for organizational meeting of the Committee on Energy this Wednesday.
So, but my question is it just or can we find out?
Right.
Just so that we can make our plans,
Yes,
Mr.
we
President.
will give the information in a while,
Yes,
Your
Your Honor.
Honor,
Thank you.
Madam President. Thank you. Madam President, next.
Mr. Majority Leader,
Please.
may we clarify whether the meeting, which is deemed or only organizational for the meantime until clarified, is it hybrid? Is it on purely digital platform or face-to-face?
It's hybrid, Madam
Hybrid.
President.
Okay.
Yes, as
And-
agreed upon during our caucus.
Yes. So before we adjourn, the information requested by the good senator from Taguig and the Philippines will be clarified
Yes.
on the subject matter, whether it will go beyond the
The
organization.
organization
Thank you.
of the committee. Thank you, Madam President. At this juncture, Madam President, I move that we recognize the hardworking senator from Valenzuela, the former chairperson of the Committee on Energy, Senator Win Gatchalian.
Thank you.
Senator Sherwin Gatchalian is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Just a few comments. I've been listening intently to the discussions between our good Senate President and the other senators. And I was actually shocked to see that some of the rates went high as 16 pesos per kilowatt hour, 18 pesos per kilowatt hour. Wala ho talagang negosyo magso-survive pag ganyan po ang presyo ng kuryente. And this issue is quite complex. In fact, the good majority floor leader mentioned earlier that there's a lot of interconnecting and very complex issues regarding the energy sector. But then again, we have to find ways and solutions to bring down the cost of electricity so that businesses can survive this very difficult situation. Mr. President, after hearing the discussion, it seems to me that one of the biggest issues here is the existing contracts entered by the utilities, no? Both private utilities as well as electric co-ops. And in my opinion, Mr. President, and the good Senate President already raised this, that in the short term, the ERC should be very vigilant in terms of reviewing the rate increases application. The contracts are different from one electric co-op from utility to the other because of its deregulated nature. The GenCos can give different contracts, no? Because they have to compete with one another. So the terms and conditions of those contracts are different from one another. In a situation like this where prices are rapidly increasing, the ERC should review each and every application if the application is in line with the PSA or the contracts that the utilities entered. The fine prints there are very important, no? Because marami dyan pinapasa na hindi naman nasa loob po ng kontrata, no? Because at the end of the day, it's the consumer that bears the brunt of the cost increases. So a lot of the utilities and even the GenCos, they would tend to pass on as many as possible. So it's important that the ERC should review the details of the increases. And I agree with the good Senate President that we have a very professional and capable chairperson in the ERC. This is Attorney Di Malanta, who will be spearheading ERC, and it's important for her to make sure that this time, no, to review every single increase in the application of the utilities. But on a long-term basis, Mr. President, this is actually a very complex issue because a lot of the components of the energy sector are interrelated. I think the new, my thoughts on this, the new DOE Secretary should come up with a way to, or come up with a plan, a long-term plan, to reduce our dependence to imported feedstock or imported fuel. Coal is 50% of our generation mix, and almost 90% of our coal is imported from one country, Indonesia. So on a long-term basis, this is not going to be easy, but he should already start coming up with a plan to reduce our dependence from imported coal, imported oil, and soon imported gas, because Malampaya is running out, no? So by 2024, if we don't find any replacement, we'll be importing gas. So that 70% of our power will come from imported sources. So imported na yung gasolina natin at diesel, magiging imported pa ho yung ating kuryente. And in situations like the Russian invasion or other things, we will feel the brunt of the abrupt increases in fuel price. Just to give the body an idea, coal last July, which is last month, from $60 per ton went up to about $400 per ton. No? That's why that's close to 4 times, no, more. So that's why we're seeing a lot of the utilities are applying for rate increases because fuel is passed on under our regime. So again, on a long-term basis, the game plan is to reduce our dependence from imported fuel and imported coal. And I totally agree with the good Senate President that consumers are not represented. In fact, consumers are fragmented in our country. And just to share with the body a concept that I learned in Nevada, and which I suggested to the new chairman of the Energy Committee. In Nevada, it's government that represents the consumer. They have an office under the Department of Justice, or the Nevada Department of Justice, called the Energy Advocate, because the concept there is the regulator is neutral. So any application of the utility, it's the government that defends the consumers, because number one, the consumers are fragmented, and then number two, the applicant should defend on why it's increasing rates. No? So that concept, actually, I copied and I filed a bill, and it was referred to Senator Tulfo's committee, and hopefully we can see some merit in that proposal, because that's practiced basically in all United States of America, which we copied our deregulated regime. No? So para po merong abogado at someone who will represent the consumers, that concept hopefully can get some recognition in this chamber, so that our consumers will not be left behind. Kasi fragmented ang consumers eh. And it's very expensive to hire legal counsel, no, as a consumer. And I also heard the comments of Senator Risa about IPIRA, and she's absolutely correct. There's one provision there in IPIRA that is still not being implemented now, and this is what they call the ARCOA, the Retail Competition Open Access provision in IPIRA, in which all of us, consumers, can choose our generators. No? So kung gusto ko RE, I can buy from a hydropower plant. Kung gusto ko ng solar, I can go straight to a solar power plant. If I want a mixed bag, I can go and mix it up. And that's in the law. But until now, it's not being implemented fully. It's only implemented up to 500 kilowatt. No? So in the law actually envisions a household level competition. And I've seen this in Singapore when I visited Singapore, wherein condo owners in Singapore can actually choose their generators. So maraming mga what they call retail suppliers who goes to town and offers you, let's say, if you buy RE, I also give you, let's say, a libreng gift check in a hotel. No? So it's a come on. But the essence there is they all compete. No? A lot of retail suppliers are competing and lowering down costs. So that's one provision that's not being implemented, Mr. President, in IPIRA.
Madam President, if I can comment on that too, that is absolutely correct. It's actually implemented only in the Metro Manila and Metro centers, but even like in Cagayan de Oro, I cannot, as an ice plant, we consume a lot of electricity. I cannot get directly from a power plant. The CEPALCO, the local DU, has not come out yet, supposedly, has not come out yet with their guidelines. Ilang taon na, wala pang guidelines. So, you know, all the feed, all the poultry, and all the mga processing plants, wala, they have to buy from the DU kasi supposedly wala pang guidelines. And he's absolutely, if that had happened, it would have been better for a lot of MSMEs and even large businesses.
That's one way, Mr. President, to lower down costs, and that's the true spirit of IPIRA, competition. No, but we really need to remind the new DOE Secretary and also the new ERC Chairperson to double time on this provision, that because this will usher competition at the household level. And this competition will lower down costs, improve services, even innovate some of the services that the retail suppliers will offer to their customers. So, Mr. President, those are the things that I picked from the healthy discussion between the good Senate President and our senators, and I really commend the good Senate President for bringing this out to the fore. And with the new leadership under IPIRA, under ERC and DOE, it's a good start for them, no, to take recognition of the discussions here, because we represent the people, and we hear the sentiments and the experiences of our constituents, and it's good for them to take notice of this and start off by reforming and implementing some of the unimplemented provisions of IPIRA. So thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, just a quick comment. I I laud the efforts of our distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela passing several legislations in the last two Congresses, the 17th and 18th Congress, in bringing down power rates. And I must say that the good gentleman had a tremendous experience and a wealth of knowledge after his 6-year stint as chairman of Energy. So much so that he has now a receding hairline. His hairline used to be lower and thicker. Now his hairline is receding because he would confer to me and say, napaka-complicated nitong industriyang ito. And it is very true. But we have to uncomplicate it, Madam Chair. And I'm so happy that he's with me, that we have to bring down the rates. Kawawa naman talaga ating mga kababayan. And Madam President, I raised this in the third week of our session because it's the start of a new administration. It is a start of a new, I'd say, leadership, start of new leaderships within the realm of the DOE and the ERC. Para alam po nila na tayo sa Senado ay nagbabantay para sa kapakanan ng ating mga kababayan, lalong-lalo na sa presyo ng kuryente. We support the President's move to bring it down. We start the debate today, and hopefully that debate can continue, and we can come up with the proper legislation to come up with a relief for our people, to remedy this situation. So maraming salamat po, our chairman. And I know our former chairman will be deeply involved in the hearings. Our former chairman, together with our new chairman, the honorable gentleman from Isabela, Senator Tulfo.
We thank the Senate President for his very timely speech on energy, and we thank the interpellators, the senators, and the former chair as well. However, I noticed that the new chairman, when you mentioned the receding hairline of the previous chairman, was touching his hairline.
We will see, Madam President, after 3 years.
Yes.
Kung
Majority
maging
Leader?
manipis yung kanyang buhok.
Majority Leader, any more senators who will interpellate?
Yes, Madam Chair, the
Yes.
distinguished lady from Taguig Pateros is seeking the floor.
Senator Cayetano is recognized.
Before we end on this topic and before it gets the speech of our Senate President gets referred to the proper committee, I just wanted to add, I forgot to add it earlier. During the debates on the CREATE law, one of the complaints of those who did not want to pass the CREATE law was they were against the rationalization of the incentives. But the Senate President correctly pointed out in his speech that there are other factors that affect our being attractive as a destination for investors, both local and foreign. And one big one is electricity. I just wanted to emphasize that because as the defender of the CREATE law, I hear there are some who say they want to review it, and of course it's our job to review. But this electricity is a big issue, Your Honor, and I want to commend the gentleman from Bukidnon for Bukidnon and Northern Mindanao in the Philippines for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam President, before we hear our last interpellator, I was given the opportunity to speak with our current chairperson of the Committee on Energy, and I would just like to report to the body that the Committee on Energy hearing this Wednesday at 10 a.m. will consist of the organizational meeting and the briefing of the Department of Energy, including its attached agencies. So I just want to report that to the body. And at this juncture, Madam President, may we recognize the distinguished gentleman from Davao, Senator Bato de la Rosa, to interpellate our beloved Senate President.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Majority Leader. Hintay ko lang na papansinin ako, Majority Leader. Baka mamaya, I will not be recognized. So, I'm just waiting for the recognition.
You're always recognized, the senator from Mindanao, of course. If there was a time lapse, it was probably the microphone.
Thank you, Madam President. My good neighbor from Bukidnon and our Senate President yield to at least one question from this humble representation.
I would be
Mr.
honored,
President.
Madam
Madam
President, to listen to the questions and hopefully answer successfully the questions of our dear colleague, May Silingan from Mindanao, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Madam President. But before I ask my question, I just would like to I just would like to manifest my desire to be associated with the concerns raised by our good Senate President in his privileged speech, particularly on the plight of our electric consumers in Mindanao. And I hope this body can act on it immediately, Mr. President. And I am totally supportive of our new chairman on the Committee on Energy, that he will be going to make the immediate action on this. And I will be supporting on Wednesday. I will be present in your hearing, Mr. Chairman, Senator Tolfo. Well, my question, Mr. President, is that our Senate President, you've been ahead of me in this Congress for decades. So I just would like to ask you, as far as your experience is concerned, was there an instance wherein our government regulatory agencies such as NEA or ARC recommended to the Congress for the cancellation or non-renewal of franchises of any particular cooperative for subpar performance or abusive practices, Mr. President?
Not that I know of, Madam President, kasi between us ladies, Mr. President, may pagka-mafia din yung NEA pagdating sa electric cooperative. They take care of their own, but I have not, in my experience, even when I was a legislative franchise chair and also member of the committee of Senator Sherwin and the member of committee of Senator Grace nung sa public services, wala pa po akong narinig na nagbigay po sila ng recommendation bilang parusa sa kanila na tanggalin ng pangkisa. Wala pa po. As far as my recollection.
Thank you, Mr. President, because you can just imagine if they're given the franchise for a period of 25 years and they've been, shall we say, sabi mo nga, mabuti dito sa Meralco area, maraming mga lobby groups, maraming mga nagko-complain consumer groups. Pero sa atin sa Mindanao, masyado mababait yung mga tao doon. Kahit na mataas na masyado yung single doon, ay tiis lang talaga dahil masunurin tayo. Sanay tayo sa hirap. Yun nga ang problema natin. So, you can just imagine a certain province, for that matter, being run by a certain electric cooperative for 25 years. Kung walang review nga, sabi ng ating butihing chairman ng Committee on Energy, walang technical review or periodic review as far as the performance of these cooperatives are concerned. 25 years na magtitiis yung ating mga kababayan sa kanilang walang kwintang serbisyo na binibigay at well, hindi natin maiwasan, may mga pang-aabuso dyan as far as pricing is concerned. So, dapat yung NEA, being the regulatory agency as far as cooperative, electric cooperative is concerned, and the ERC, for that matter, for pricing, should do their share of workload in making the necessary reviews para yung ating mga kababayan ay hindi maghirap ng matagal. Is the good Senate President
I agree.
Agree with me?
I totally agree with the gentleman from Davao, Your Honor. Alam mo, tama sinabi niya, napakabait po namin sa Mindanao. At hindi lang sa Mindanao, maraming rural areas. Binanggit ko kanina po, Region 8 po yun. Yung sa Leyte, Samar. Ang ginagawa na lang po nila, pag mataas po ang presyo ng kuryente, sasabihin lang nila sa mga anak nila, anak, pasensya na lang. Wala tayong television na yung gabi. Anak, pasensya na lang. Patayin natin ang ilaw, isang ilaw na lang naiwan. Parang ganun ang pakiramdam nila na it's so self-defeating na ganun na lang. Magtiis na lang tayo, mahal, kaya huwag na tayo gumamit ng kuryente. Kaysa dapat sigaw nila, bakit ang mahal? Gawin natin mura para makabili tayo ng electric fan or aircon o ganun. Di ba yan ang dapat ang attitude natin? Ganun yata attitude sa Metro Manila eh. Kaya dapat baguhin natin yung attitude sa probinsya.
Ay, hindi na siguro kailangan baguhin natin, Mr. President. Dahil,
Ayusin na lang
yan
natin.
dyan,
Ayusin
kaya
na lang.
tayo masaya yung pamumuhay natin doon sa probinsya natin dahil ang mga tao doon ay napakabait, masunurin. Kaya sige lang, ang atin na lang dito sa Senado, ay tulungan na lang natin sila na hindi magsasuffer for a very long period of time. Kasi nga, before we will, bago kami nasita ni Senator Cayetano kanina, we were talking with Senator Robin Hood Padilla na sabi nga namin, yung ibang itong mga ibang cooperatives na ito ay ginagamit na panangga itong oil price hike para maningil ng sobrang taas sa ating mga consumer at hindi na ito nasisita dahil hindi nagre-review, hindi nagpa-function yung ating regulating agencies of government.
Actually, Madam President, to be fair to the collective cooperatives also, to be fair, nandun kasi sa mga kontrata yung sinabi kanina ng ating dating chairman, Senator Gatchalian, ay you have to read the fine print. Dahil dun sa PSA, yung tinatawag natin Purchase Supply Agreement or Power Supply Agreement, nakalagay dun sa annex. Index yan sa foreign exchange or nakapako yan sa presyo ng imported coal. Kung tumaas yan, ipapass on yan sa consumer. Yan ang minsan hindi nababantayan. At dyan tayo nadedehado. So, dapat talaga palakasin natin ang ERC at buksan natin ang kanilang mata na kawawa naman. Kung mag $1,000 per ton ang coal, OMG, ibig sabihin 40 pesos din per kilowatt hour, wala na. Sirado na talaga lahat ng negosyo.
At siguro, Mr. President, it's about time siguro, nasabi mo kanina na nakahandcuff yung kanilang mga kamay ngayon as far as that issue is concerned. Siguro will help them uncuff themselves through proper legislations. Siguro, i-amend natin yung IPERA law or for that matter. Anyway, we ourselves in the Senate are not handcuffed as far as these issues are concerned. We can do our share.
Yes.
So that's all, Mr. President and Madam President. Maraming salamat for that
Alam mo,
issue.
Madam President, yan ang gusto ko sa ating kababayan and kapatid na taga Mindanao. Yung puso niya nasa masang Pilipino. Nagserbisyo po yan, Madam President, sa mga bulubundukin na walang ilaw. Kaya alam niya anong pangangailangan ng mga tao doon. Pag may kuryente, wala nang insurgency eh. Diyan nawawala insurgency. Pag may kuryente, may kalsada, may livelihood. Alam mo, pag nagkakaproblema tayo sa kuryente at brownout, doon sa bundok, walang kuryente, diyan maraming insurgency. Diyan ang maraming kalokohan. What you call the idle mind breeds, is the devil's playground. Ika nga. Kasi wala na silang, kung makapanood sila ng, yung probinsyano or anong mga magaganda ng GMA7 na mapanood nila dyan. Wala na, pagkatapos nun, tulog na po sila, happy na sila. Wala nang mga idle minds. Kaya, I support our good gentleman from Davao. We have to push for a reform in the energy sector. Kasi sa tingin ko, I was alarmed. I was really alarmed. Nung pag-meeting ko, nung last Thursday, sa stakeholders, and even with my company when we met, when I saw it, nakita ko muna, hindi ako makapaniwala. After 5 months, ganito kataas. Tinawagan ko yung stakeholders, yung aming kasama na MSMEs, yung Oro Chamber, lahat sila. Talagang, anong magagawa natin, Senator, dito? Sige, magbibigay ako ng privilege speech. Lagyan natin ng boses, ang inyong hiling, at follow up natin. Importante, follow up tayo. So support po tayo sa hearing ni Senator Tulfo on Wednesday. Hopefully this can be referred to his committee so that we can start the discussion already together with the resolution of our distinguished colleague. Wednesday na, umpisa na natin.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam President.
And Madam President, to close my interpellation, I just would like to remind our Senate President that we both come from Mindanao, known to be the land of promise. Land of promise. Mindanao. Thank you. Thank
That's
you,
why
Mr. President. Thank you.
the legislators here, Senator Bato, Senator Bongo, myself, and Senator Coco Pimentel, sino ba kasama natin? Senator, wala si Manny Pacquiao. We are promising legislators.
Madam President, if I just may, I actually prepared some questions to our distinguished Senate President, but I will no longer pursue it, and rather I would just participate in the coming hearings of the Committee on Energy. I just would like to put on record, Madam Chair, Madam President, distinguished colleague, our Senate President, the importance really of developing and strengthening our renewable energy. And I think it is important that to note na magastos po kasi masyadong mahal. So kung kulang yung incentives, wala rin talaga hong papasok. Pangalawa, Ginoong Pangulo, yung I was just talking with our Senate Minority Leader, and I was sharing with him 20 years ago this representation, and you were part of the 12th Congress, Madam President, our Senate President, the gentleman from Bukidnon. He was part of the 12th Congress when I delivered my first privilege speech, and it's about the efficiency of our Water Regulatory Office. And I remember during the time we were talking about the privatization of MWSS, the regulatory office is found inside the compound of the concessionaires. So how can you police yourself? Pagka may mag-a-abroad, sila din yung gagastos ng pang-abroad mo, magbibigay ng allowance mo. And it goes not just in the water sector, Madam President. You go to energy, you go to LTFRB. I have yet to see, Madam President, unfortunately, and you have to convince me if there is really a regulatory office in the government that actually works, that's actually effective. I cannot blame the consumers because, as made mention a while ago by the distinguished gentleman from Valenzuela, if you're a consumer at lalaban ka sa mga higante na kumpanya, ikaw magpa-file ng kaso, napakamahal, napakahirap, ikaw mag-isa, ang tagal ng panahon, we know very well our justice system. So, I just feel bad, Madam President, that this has been happening, and I'm just talking about my own personal experience. It's been 20 years, and the problem's still the same. But hope springs eternal, Madam President, and we're just talking about this. Our Senate President is very passionate about this. I know that in the next 3 years, we will be able to do something, and I'm very hopeful, very confident with our distinguished colleagues' personalities and passion here in the Senate. And I believe that we will make a difference in this particular Congress, and I'm just happy to report this to the public. And so, Madam President, with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of our distinguished Senate President, Juan Miguel Zubiri, to the Committee on Energy. I so move, Mr. President.
So moved, with no objections. The privileged speech is referred to the Committee on Energy.
Thank you. May I move for 1 minute suspension, Madam President?
Session is suspended.
Madam President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading. Senate Number 301, providing for a national program to support and care for the abandoned, neglected, and voluntarily committed children, creating a special trust fund, and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality and Finance.
302, amending Republic Act Number 11310 by including victims of natural or man-made disasters as eligible beneficiaries, and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
303, mandating the establishment of health centers in all barangays, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Local Government, and Finance.
304, providing for the creation of super health centers in every city and municipality, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Local Government, and Finance.
305, strengthening the Philippine Navy, Philippine Coast Guard, the PNP Maritime Group by the purchase and establishment of floating hospitals under the jurisdiction, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace and Unification, and Reconciliation, Health and Demography, and Finance.
306, establishing a camp development fund for the AFP, appropriating the sum of 5 billion pesos annually for 5 years and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, and Finance.
307, establishing a camp development fund for the PNP, appropriating the sum of 5 billion pesos annually for 5 years and for other purposes. Senator Cayetano, AP.
Referred to the Committees on Public Order and Dangerous Drugs, and Finance.
308, amending Section 185 of the Omnibus Election Code as amended by RA 7904 by abolishing the printing of voters' information and instruction sheet by Senator Pimentel III.
Referred to the Committee on Electoral Reforms and People's Participation.
309, restoring and rehabilitating the existing lines of the PNR, extending further the southern line to Matnog of Sorgon, and establishing railway extension line from Calamba City to Batangas City, amending for the purpose RA 4156 as amended, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, Public Services, and Finance.
310, an act to promote rural health by providing an accelerated program for the construction of a potable water supply system in every barangay in the country within 3 years by Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government, Public Works, and Finance.
311, increasing the positions reserved for persons with disabilities, amending for the purpose RA 7277, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, and Finance.
312, mandating ship owners, ship crew, and concerned government agencies to provide for and ensure the safety of passengers at sea, providing penalties for violations thereof and for other purposes. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
313, amending Commonwealth Act Number 473, the revised naturalization law, and for other purposes. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
314, instituting reforms in real property valuation in the Philippines, establishing the National Valuation Authority, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Ways and Means, Local Government, and Finance.
315, providing for the development of a national defense industry through the strengthening and revitalizing of the Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program, incentivizing in-country enterprises, rationalizing defense acquisition, and creating the Office of the Undersecretary for Defense Technology, Research, and Industry Development under the DND and providing funds therefore. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, Reconciliation, Ways and Means, and Finance.
316, establishing a National Cancer Center to be known as the National Cancer Center of the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Ways and Means, and Finance.
317, redefining the coverage and extending the mandatory credit allocation to micro, small, and medium enterprises, amending for the purpose certain provisions of RA 6977 as amended, and for other purposes by Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, and Economic Affairs.
318, institutionalizing the transition of the government to e-governance in the digital age, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes. Senator Zubiri.
Referred to the Committees on Science and Technology, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, and Finance.
319, giving preference to domestic bidders participating in government procurement projects, and for other purposes. Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Finance, Trade and Commerce, and Entrepreneurship.
320, amending Republic Act Number 7305, and for other purposes. Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
321, requiring all the national, regional, and provincial government hospitals to establish, operate, and maintain a dialysis warrior unit in their respective hospitals and providing free dialysis treatment to indigent patients, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Social Service, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
322, providing for free annual medical checkup for Filipinos, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, and Finance.
323, establishing the Teacher Education for Achievers program to improve the quality of teachers in the Philippines, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Finance.
324, upgrading the minimum salary grade level of teachers from salary grade 11 to 19, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and Finance.
325, granting cash incentives to winning filmmakers, film production entities, literary writers, artists, and performers in the creative sector, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Public Information and Mass Media, and Finance.
326, further expanding the incentives granted to national athletes and coaches, amending for the purpose RA 10699, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Sports, Ways and Means, and Finance.
327, providing for rural development assistance program and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare, Rural Development, Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, and Finance.
328, an act to establish the Magna Carta for Barangay, Senator Angara.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
329, requiring all public telecommunication entities and internet service providers in the country to increase internet service coverage and deliver a minimum standard for internet connection speed by Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
330, an act to ensure easier commuting by establishing a network of sustainable elevated walkways along major public thoroughfares in high-density urban areas, establishing appropriate infrastructure and facilities, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Public Works and Finance.
331, an act to promote the use of bicycles as an alternative mode of transportation, establishing appropriate infrastructure and facilities, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, Public Works, and Finance.
332, an act further strengthening the system of birth registration of children in need of special protection in the Philippines, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, and Finance.
333, providing for a Magna Carta for tricycle drivers and operators, institutional mechanisms for its implementation and for other purposes, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Public Services, Local Government, and Finance.
334, establishing the e-government, defining its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Science and Technology, Public Information and Mass Media, and Finance.
335, granting the President of the Philippines the power to suspend the scheduled increases in PhilHealth premium contribution rates, amending for the purpose RA 11223 by Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, and Finance.
336, regulating the use of bank accounts, e-wallets, and other financial accounts, providing penalties therefore and for other purposes, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Banks, Financial Institutions, and Currencies, and Finance.
337, providing a framework for the right to adequate food, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Justice and Human Rights, and Finance.
338, providing for a Magna Carta for workers, enterprises, and organizations in the informal economy, institutionalizing mechanisms for implementation thereof and for other purposes, Senator Poe.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Finance.
339, increasing the monthly minimum wage of public school teachers to 28,000 pesos and non-teaching personnel to 16,000 pesos, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorganization and Professional Regulation, Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and Finance.
340, amending sections 443, 454, and 463 of RA 72160 by Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government and Tourism.
341, allowing women to revert to their maiden surname, establishing a procedure for revision and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, and Finance.
342, institutionalizing rainwater harvesting system in Metro Manila and major cities in the Philippines and for other purposes, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Public Works, and Finance.
343, instituting the Magna Carta for Child Development Workers and providing funds therefore, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
344, providing benefits and incentives to overseas Filipino workers investing in business in the Philippines, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, and Ways and Means.
345, granting tax incentives to employers that hire alternative learning system learners and graduates, appropriating funds therefore for other purposes, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, and Ways and Means.
346, granting tax incentives to employers that hire fresh graduates from provincial colleges, universities, and training centers, appropriating funds therefore for other purposes, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, and Ways and Means.
347, providing for incentives to members of the legal profession engaged in the defense of the rights of indigenous peoples, Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Ways and Means.
348, requiring all government and private hospitals, medical centers, clinic, infirmaries, and puriculture centers to give free medical and dental assistance to indigent children, Senator
Referred
Binay.
to the Committees on Health and Demography, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Ways and Means.
349, institutionalizing the Philippine Fiber Industry Development Program by strengthening the Department of Science and Technology, Philippine Textile Research Institute, and the Philippine Fiber Development Authority by creating the Philippine Fiber Development Council, defining its powers and functions, providing funds therefore for other purposes, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Science and Technology, and Finance.
350, promoting integrated urban agriculture in urban areas nationwide to address food security and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance.
Additional reference to business. Bills on first reading. 351, establishing the integrated agriculture information system in the country in cooperation with cities and municipalities nationwide. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Local Government, and Finance.
352, declaring October 16 of every year as a special working holiday to be known as the National Farmers, Fisher Folks, and Agri Workers Day, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committee on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform.
353, criminalizing the movement of live animals or plants that are infected or infested with contagious disease or pests, prescribing penalties therefore and for other purposes, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Justice and Human Rights.
354, declaring a parcel of land located in Paway, Ilocos Norte, a protected area with the category protected landscape under the National Integrated Area System to be referred to as the Paway Lake Protected Landscape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, and Finance.
355, declaring a parcel of land located in Nueva Valencia, Guimaras, a protected area with the category of natural park under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Taclong and Tanlong Group of Islands Natural Park, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change, and Finance.
356, declaring a parcel of land in Gapan and Municipality of General Tino in the province of Nueva Ecija, a protected area with the category of natural park under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Minalunga Protected Landscape, providing for its management, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources and Climate Change.
357, designating the month of November as Buy Pinoy, Build Pinoy Month to encourage the public and private sectors to prioritize the purchase and utilization of Filipino products, labor, and services. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committee on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship.
358, establishing the Small and Medium Enterprises Stock Exchange. Senator Villar C.
Referred to the Committees on Trade, Commerce and Entrepreneurship, Banks, Financial Institutions and Currencies, and Finance.
359, providing for a Magna Carta for workers in the informal economy and other purposes. Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development, Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development.
360, expanding employment opportunities for senior citizens, amending for the purpose RA 9994 and for other purposes by Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Social Justice, Welfare and Rural Development, and Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development.
361, providing for the establishment of registries of skilled workers in barangays and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, Local Government, and Finance.
362, enhancing the regulation on employment of foreign nationals and transfer of technology, amending for the purpose Articles 40, 41, and 42 of the Labor Code of the Philippines as amended and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committee on Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
363, strengthening the technical, vocational education and training in the Philippines by incorporating apprenticeship and dual training system, providing for continuous training of the unemployed and expanding the provision of enterprise-based education and training and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
364, institutionalizing the lifelong learning development framework, broadening the mandate of the Philippine Qualifications Framework National Coordinating Council, amending for the purpose RA 10968, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, and Finance.
365, integrating labor education in the senior high school curriculum, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, Labor, Employment, and Human Resources Development.
366, providing for an opt-in mechanism for telephone and mobile subscribers, protecting such subscribers from electronic scams and threats through the misuse of digital technology, providing penalties for violations thereof, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Science and Technology, Public Services.
367, requiring the establishment of dialysis clinics in all national, regional, and provincial hospitals and providing for free dialysis treatments to indigent patients and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, Ways and Means, and Finance.
368, strengthening access to credit of micro, small, and medium enterprises, amending for the purpose RA 6977 as amended and for other purposes, Senator Villanueva.
Referred to the Committees on Trade, Commerce, and Entrepreneurship, and Economic Affairs.
369, creating a Department of Ocean, Fisheries, and Aquatic Resources, providing for its powers and functions, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food, and Agrarian Reform, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation, and Finance.
370, prescribing a just and humane code of conduct for the resettlement of the underprivileged and homeless citizens, providing penalties for violations thereof and appropriating funds therefore, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement, and Finance.
371, providing for comprehensive and responsive civil registration and vital statistics system, providing funds thereof and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Finance.
372, providing for a national policy in preventing adolescent pregnancies, institutionalizing social protection for adolescent parents and providing funds therefore, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Social Justice, Welfare, and Rural Development, and Finance.
373, establishing local cooperatives development fund, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Cooperatives, Local Government, and Finance.
374, instituting a national land use and management policy, providing the implementing mechanisms therefore and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement, and Finance.
375, an act to ensure gender-responsive and inclusive protocols and programming to address the gender-differentiated needs of women during pandemics, public health concerns, emergencies, and disasters, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Women, Children, Family Relations, and Gender Equality, Health and Demography, and Finance.
376, to regulate the rational exploration, development, and utilization of mineral resources and to ensure the equitable sharing of benefits for the state, indigenous peoples, and local communities, and for other purposes, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Environment, Natural Resources, and Climate Change, Ways and Means, and Finance.
377, providing for a national framework for interns' rights and welfare, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Higher, Technical, and Vocational Education, Ways and Means, and Finance.
378, establishing the solar home systems financing for social housing program, providing funds therefore, Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Urban Planning, Housing, and Resettlement, Energy, and Finance.
379, strengthening the promotion and delivery of mental health services in basic education schools through the institutionalization of the Mental Health and Wellbeing Program, prescribing the hiring and development of mental health professionals, prescribing the creation of plantilla positions of guidance associates in the Department of Education, increasing the salary grades of guidance counselors, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, Health and Demography, and Finance.
380, providing a national energy policy and framework for government-initiated petroleum exploration and development, further amending for the purpose the charter of the Philippine National Oil Company as amended, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Energy and Finance.
381, further amending PD 87 as amended by Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committee on Energy.
382, institutionalizing and strengthening the Arabic language and Islamic values education program in all public and private education schools, appropriating funds therefore for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, Ways and Means, and Finance.
383, mandating the full digital transformation of all public and private basic education institutions, appropriating funds and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, Science and Technology, and Finance.
384, providing for a national energy policy and framework for the establishment of an energy subsidy program, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Energy, Public Services, and Finance.
385, reducing the recoverable system loss rate and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Energy and Public Services.
386, requiring all public telecommunications entities and internet service providers to increase internet service coverage and deliver a minimum standard for internet connection speeds, Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
387, mandating the institutionalization, development, training, organization, and administration of Basic Reserve Officer Training Corps in grade 11 and 12 in public and private educational institutions, further amending RA 7077 as amended by RA 9163 and appropriating funds therefore by Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, and Finance.
388, strengthening the barangay as the basic local government unit by increasing its capacity to deliver services, providing salary grades, retirement benefits, and other entitlements of certain barangay officials, increasing their term of office and other purposes, amending RA 7160 and other related laws by Senator Gatchalian.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government, Civil Service, Government Reorganization, Professional Regulation, and Finance.
389, recognizing transportation network companies and drivers, prescribing requirements, guidelines, and standards for their operation, providing penalties for violations thereof, and for other purposes, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committee on Public Services.
390, establishing a mandatory crop insurance coverage for small farmers, providing for national government subsidy, and for other purposes, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, Government Corporations and Public Enterprises, and Finance.
391, increasing the penalty of the crime of abandonment of person in danger and abandonment of one's own victim, amending for the purpose Article 275 of Act 3815 by Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
392, establishing the Solidarity Fund of the local government units for disaster response and recovery.
Referred to the Committee on Local Government.
393, promoting safe alternative mobility by establishing a network of pop-up bicycle lanes and emergency pathways, and for other purposes, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Sustainable Development Goals, Innovation and Futures Thinking, and Finance.
394, strengthening local government participation in national development by increasing the share of local government units in national taxes, amending for the purpose Section 284 of RA 7160 by Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government and Ways and Means.
395, mandating the establishment of vegetable crop gardens for ingredients, appropriating funds therefore, and for other purposes,
Referred
Senator
to the
Ejercito.
Committees on Local Government, Agriculture, Food and Agrarian Reform, and Finance.
396, providing for the Magna Carta for barangay health workers, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Local Government, Ways and Means, and Finance.
397, establishing the Philippine e-health system and services in support of universal health care, appropriating funds therefore, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Science and Technology, Finance.
398, strengthening the security of tenure of workers in the private sector, amending for the purpose Articles 106, 107, 108, 109, and 294 of PD 442 as amended, Senator Ejercito.
Referred to the Committee on Labor, Employment and Human Resources Development.
399, providing for scholarship grants to public school teachers and their children, Senator Tolentino.
Referred to the Committees on Basic Education, Arts and Culture, Higher Technical and Vocational Education, and Finance.
400, an act institutionalizing a national telemedicine system in the Philippines, Senator Tolentino.
Referred to the Committees on Health and Demography, Finance.
Second additional reference of business, message from the House of Representatives. letter from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that on 3 August 2022, it reconsidered the adoption and thereby adopted, as amended, House Concurrent Resolution Number 5, entitled Concurrent Resolution Providing for the Legislative Calendar for the First Regular Session of the 19th Congress of the Philippines, in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
To the archives. Session is suspended.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, August 9, 2022.
Is there any objection to the motion of the distinguished majority floor leader? There being none, the session is adjourned until 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, Tuesday, August 9, 2022. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. President.